wa umuthi iria ni muigana wa shilingi trilioni 3.9 na guku studio ndina ageni mundu gwitwo Zack Ngugi oro hamwe na Isaya Munda Wilo Muthoni niyo turathie na mbere kurunga maundu maigana ona magitutaragiria matanya mao na hau kabere mwandiki mukaru ministry ni akigina ni akorirwo akiaria Chris Kipto na korwo akiheana uhoro wigie mbeca iria thirikari irongania kana makiria ma nuthu ya kigina kiria mbeca iria thirikari irongania mbeca icio irathie kuriha mathire maria kana ngombo iria bururi enayo kwa ihinda riri iria hihi cioirwo ni thirikari hituku na iria irathie na mbere kuoyo ni thirikari ino ya Kenya Kwanza. Zack, tuke hariwe mawoni maku ni mariku megimaine na mĩario ya mwandiki mukaru Chris Kipto?
Undu uria wi wa mana tukugwetete alia ni ati thirikari ikorwo i perpetual, koguo riu ona hatire issue ati thirikari iyo ingine yakombire kana ni ino irakomba, tondu kiria gicenjagia no administration ya president, nikio tugaga administration ya Kibaki, administration ya Uhuru, administration ya Ruto, no maundu maya mangi mothe ni perpetual matwaranaga tondu Kenya ni bururi urathie na mbere wanyita koguo hatire handu hagite na gap, koguo mbeca iria ciakombirwo ciahuthirirwo guku na iria irakombo irahuthirwo o guku. Kindu kiria kihaha ni riri, ithuĩ tutire twa default, hatire handu turi twekirirwo ona riria kwari kuru muno hindi ya Moi tugiuka 92 nigetha gwetikirwo multi party politics ni kwahanite ta tungi default kuriha mathire maitu no tutia defaultire no na thaici tutiikite ate tuti defaultete. Uguo ni kuga urihi wa mathiri uko we continuous, dio niki gitumaga aya mahangi hau maige ate twakorire mathiri ona ithuĩ no twakorete aria mari mbere ona acio angi no makorete. Actually ona Kenya atake inherit bururi yo 1963 kuri mathiri makombetwo ni thirikari ya mukoloni na no gwathire na mbere na gwikate na kurihwo tondu thirikari ya Kenya ti ati hindi yo yari ya mukoloni gutiari Kenya ni haria we athi utekete ate utaheanitwo. Uguo ni wega uguo marakiuga ni marakiriha mathiri no ni undu continuous. Kindu kiria kihaha ni riri, tutigeru ni kuongerera magoti muno tunyihie volumes iria andu marahuthira kana andu mashift. Ungiona wina shilingi 250 tuge urakihurira mundu ngu agakuriha shilingi 300 na nicio urigura mutu na nicio urigura mugate na nicio uririha rent kuria wikaraga na maundu macio ri mundu ni ashiftaga priorities. Ukauga atiriri ndigwika haha ndikugura mugate nguthie nduge gakima karia gutigara niko tukaria rucini. Uguo ona ithuĩ twi thirikari na haha niho tukwaragia uhoro wa recurrent expenditure twi thirikari ya bururi wa Kenya ni twagirirwo twiciria atiriri handu ha kuongerera murihi wa magoti maya maingiri katutanginyihanyihia muhuthirire wa mbeca no riu yet turona thirikari ino ni kuongerera recurrent expenditure na ni wikire wao muno kumigweta yaruta development budget yaitirira kuri recurrent which should not happen. Twagirirwo tuhuthire austerity, we live within our means. Riu president yaturauga we will live within our means, no we mwenyewe niwe namba imwe guthukia mantreo yake ya we live within our means tondu we ni aroya mbeca akeongerera state house ni rongereirwo office of the president ni rongereirwo na dinamenya niki kiratumire office of the president cieheranio na state house na office of the deputy president bado iraheo mbeca ungicitara ni bilioni 17 ni haria matarenda gucitukania ciothe nigetha tutikagwete figa iyo inene uguo tondu deputy ahetwo 4.5 billion, state house 4.5 billion na kuria office of the president makaheo bilioni 8. Icio already ni bilioni 17. Icio ni mbeca nyingi muno na ciothe ukuona ciahuthika na recurrent tondu matire na development mareka na ni maragekorirwo makihaka state roads rangi. Riu no pavilion iria iratigarite gwakwa haria state house ya milioni 700 ngwiciria ni mekumiaka na budget ino iroka. Yet arimu a junior secondary ni gufutwo marafutwo wira makiragwo ni marari na indiscipline hindi no maragomete na makiragwo ati riu matikwandikwo permanent and pensionable, which is discriminatory. Ciana ici twatwara junior secondary tondu hari ingi cikuingira kapsa no igugikwo mwaka uyu githega utire ciana ikuingira grade 7 na cio iria ci grade 8 cipushwo grade 9 capitation ne yanyihirio insurance ne yeheririo irio ne ireheretio turanegena ciracokio uguo ni kuga atiriri ciana citu no kuhinyiririo irahinyiririo kuria thukuru yet andu aria maratwira ni twagirirwo ni kunyihia uhuthiri wa mbeca cia thirikari ri nio marahuthira mbeca iria nyingi koguo haha niho riu wanji kwarori atiriri kari ki kurathie na thirikari ino handu inyihie mahuthiro nigetha yongerere sector iria ciagirirwo ni kuongererwo ta uria gwetire ngirigaca ni undu wa food security githomo ni undu wa rucio tondu thirikari ino no igabatara aruti a wira a rucio ri githiti ciana ici turathomithia tondu thirikari ino ni igabatara madagitari ma rucio ri githiti ciana ici turathomithia tukaruta ku andu acio twaga kumahe mbeca thaici koguo twagirirwo ni tu invest githomo-ini to invest agriculture-ini na kuu no kuo tuhotaga gu stimulate economy tondu andu aria othe me thiine wa education sector twari uhoro wa arimu twari uhoro wa support staff twari uhoro wa suppliers aria ma supplyaga irio aria ma supplyaga mattresses ya ngoro ni boarding schools ona andu a thitima twari uhoro wa andu aria othe mararia economy no nginya andiki a mabuku wenyewe na mabuku ma exercise books andu acio othe mararira na education wenda gu stimulate ri tiga kweheria budget ya githomo cokia budget ya githomo na kuria university no raigua outcry help ndiraruta wira model ire irarehirwo ya marihi ma thukuru cia university ri ni kuhinyiriria rahinyiriria mundu uri utari na mbeca koguo haha ni haria njugire priorities tutire turamenya priority itu ni iriku twita thirikari nigetha tuikie mbeca hau kanua kau ga priority kari
Isaiah tuke hariwe uhoro thini wa budget ino ri thirikari iratanya gukorwo igikomba makiria kuma guku bururi-ini domestic borrowing na ciringi bilioni 589 inyihie gukomba nanja na ciringi bilioni 319 no hihi implications kana macungiririo ma gutacukia ikinya riu ri megukorwo mariku kuri a Kenya angikorwo ni uhoro wigie gukorwo makioya ngombo kuma kuri mabengi uhoro wigie marihi ma njoherera interest rates macungiririo megukorwo mariku angikorwo thirikari igukomba makiria guku bururi-ini
tuga internal borrowing na kwena external na ograja budgeting matanya kwa 49 na point something na 50 the internal ni ogerereka nini kwa 50 point I think 1 na external kwa 49 mashokero mako rere you see baishi in the last 1 year interest ni athio gererekete na interest athio gererekete ri noigwa at manufacturers nema mundu enda gukomba bia aige wira no interest ni eigo then ushoke mu tax ona so the final effect ya mashogira ma ukomba ri ni gwika atia iguthi to the final consumer so a point of view ni atiriri gukomba ti cool ona but no regulate CBK ni hota ku regulate ile interest rate tado uko na ndo mena loan uko ina loan yo nawe nima ona ngari ciragorwo ito maroni nima but interest rate yo ri irathie wakona inflation nima mukauga inflation ni rabatira no kauga itikona positive effects ya inflation na negative effect as well nima but mashogero ma thirikari gukomba internally remember no ikombe jamwa mwananchi wa kawaida age bisho we arakombaga noona tado if the government borrows more from the commercial banks in Kenya so mwananchi wa kawaida we akombako na nikiona now we have so many circles so let's call them financial institution shumerete tado ona fegi adu mari mu ukomba fegi nema adu mari mu ukomba fegi adu majage ukomba kana mai kaisho tweka table banking and so on and so forth nema taruja bane gwokireja ngombo cia thimu ngombo cia ngari ngombo cia nduthi and so on and so forth so macungirira no mwananchi no ora ukumira at the end of the day mwananchi ni akumira oria augire government perpetual ne succession ema so kumaanisha atiriri we cannot run away from debt okay tado thino wa korwo hora ni koragwo ho nema so the basis line from the word go na kila mundu ni gwarauga nĩ kũhũthĩra nona na the basis nĩ mwananchi nĩwe ũromĩra so any action government take ira affect mwananchi negatively any action government ira take because there are very few action that the government took which will affect positively
niguo
anita na in our country nĩ andũ aigana mandĩkĩtwo a very minimal percentage nĩo me form employment arĩa matandĩkĩtwo arĩa macokete nĩ ũndũ wa thirikari kũ affect maugire matiare subsidy matiare incentive and you remember if in agriculture you have to bring subsidies in manufacturer you have to subsidize or weke incentive because onare wale thukuru mweragwo nigetha economy kure thirikari no maka encourage so thirikari ĩyo ina maundu mayo renda gwika na nĩho twaria ati priority nĩ kĩ na interest nĩ kĩ what is the interest nona tondu nĩ twakiongerera igoti rĩrĩ tuongerera in whose interest nona in whose priority anyita tondu yes turongerera na ntuga yes tutigokomba guku tukomba guku nĩma tondu ona twakomba rĩ tukomba internally tuhe externally makamaheni na thikari no ugite ndenda ukomba but you see they are so ridiculous riria wamoria uguo makauga atiriri tugire tuguthondeka maisha manyu no titugire tutikuongerera collection of tax iguo marauga muguo marauga ati ithe tugire tuguthondeka maisha manyu no titugire tutikuoya igoti ema wakora kwena association of manufacturer 120 people come together 108 makaregana na igoti riu makerwa atiriri no uthie country ingi no uthie Uganda no uthie kuya kungi so they don't have a way out okay for them is tax nothing else so whatever you wewe reciria ri kana guo urenda kweria kwa ngiure o matie na ru ndo twakwa tukiona taringi MP oyo KJ nima before aigire government nona ni atongoria wewe wonaga ukaigua ukenete maguthu gutetera na ndui no maigira haria ri tamathecagwo cindano ya yani ndungimenya the way they are thinking no igua kiuga ni aguthi ko mati marathoma igua kiuga atia yoka ni ngarora
watho wa kigina
nona mati mathoma tondu igua kiuga atiriri woka ni ngarora nima na igua mathi guthikiriria woka ni ngaro so even they have not made a decision while Wanjiko na make a decision from the word go na ugira acha no dire daramieda but at some point no igua makiuga atiriri thirikari ni kombe na ithu ndigatuhutie ana so it will be a long discussion ya riri is it good koba can it good or tax ona but bottom line twacokera tukoga ringi tutirarega igoti no makarire yo nema but at what point ora tax more ona tondu for example gra magoti magire ni andu marihaga why are you reducing to the next month date 20 or have within 5 days why are you reducing to have within 24 hours kumaanisha uraruta circulation ya bia nema koguo audio ko ajikite undu ni gukuriha ona na there is a companies shika a lot of payment nema so twali have the holding tukaliha by next month date 20 nema na ni kurihwo na andu mariha nema why are you saying we pay within 5 days so tikona some of these recommendation inareho ni andu aingi na professional body igire mauga delete ondoa okay reka tucoka yatura tondu ni irarehagwo then matirarehe justification ya riri why are we moving from certain percentage going upward ona justification can you justify because mundu no eke a certain action na justify action yake ona uta housing levy ni make deductible nema nigetha igakorwo ni no claim as an expense we mo employee nema employer nona kuna justification hanini and nitwali horo wa mathibitari twana kina ki but debt neo magotwerethera atiriri what is the effect na how do they want to see it because you see ithu ni maoni twaheana na nanchi maheanire maoni nema can you try as much as possible don't step on mwananchi as much is rather where the other means. Yeah.
Thegio Isaya kwa ihinda rĩrĩ reke tũkorwo tũgĩthiĩ mwena wa gĩcũa-inĩ kaunti ya Mombatha tũnyitanĩre na mwandĩki witũ Ndegwa wa Gathũngũ nĩ araranĩria na mũingĩ kuma mwena ũcio. Ndegwa, angĩkorwo nĩ ũranjigua?
Thegio muno wiko studio gathie na mbere na kunyamukira na njira njega muno makiria kuma mwena wa gĩcũa-inĩ na makiria ni thĩinĩ wa kaunti ya Mombatha, na ni muthenya ũrĩa Akenya mathiĩte na mbere na gweterera gũthomwo kwa budget ya mahũthĩro ma kĩgĩna ma thirikari ma mwaka wa 2024 nginyagia mwaka wa 2025. Na haha ndĩ taũni-inĩ ya Mombatha kũrĩa tũthiĩte na mbere na kuoya mawoni ma Kenya o ũndũ ũmwe na gũthikĩrĩria hihi Akenya aya mathiĩte na mbere na gweterera thĩinĩ wa budget ĩno kana mendekithia ma mahũthĩro ma kĩgĩna. Na nĩngwenda tũnyitanĩre na erĩ kana atatũ arĩa hihi megũkorwo magĩtũtarĩria matanya mao, na mũthuri mũrata kuhĩrĩria haha ngwenda wambĩrĩrie na marĩtwa na hihi twerethere matanya maku harĩ budget ĩrĩa tũtanyĩte gũkorwo nĩ gũkorwo ĩgĩthomwo mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ.
Marĩtwa makwa njĩtagwo Henry Ngũgĩ wa Wanyoike, na ndĩ mũikari wa Mombatha ona mũruti wa biacara gũkũ thĩinĩ wa itũra rĩrĩ rĩa Mombatha. No ũrĩa twetereire kuona thĩinĩ wa budget ĩrĩa ĩrathiĩ gũthomwo, nĩ tuone mawoni maitũ marĩa maroirwo nĩ makinyanĩrio, tondũ tũraugire budget ĩyo ti budget ĩra reflect meciria maitũ na maũndũ marĩa tũngĩenda, tondũ maũndũ maingĩ marĩa tuonete thĩinĩ wa budget ĩyo makoretwo nĩ magũtũhinyĩrĩria na nĩ maũndũ matarĩ na ũhoro wa gũkĩria Mũkenya no kũmwĩtia mbia. Ona ng'ombe ĩngĩkamwo ĩtekũheo thara no ĩkuire, na rĩu nĩho tũkinyĩte, tondũ thirikari ĩno ndĩrĩ kĩndũ ĩcokagia kũrĩ mwananchi no kũmwĩtia mwĩtagia. Ũhoro ũrĩa twarutirwo wa budget nĩ mũthuri ũhurũkĩte wĩtagwo President Kibaki atwĩrire kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea, na kuruta ushuru ũrũhaga ushuru nigetha wake ciana ithomithio, mathibitarĩ mathondekwo, bara ithondekwo, ũreherwo maĩ na thitima. No thĩinĩ wa kĩgĩna kĩrĩa kĩrahĩtũkire tũtingiuga nĩkĩ kĩrekire. Kĩndũ kĩrĩa twĩragwo nĩ kũhenio, tondũ twĩragwo nĩ mathirĩ mararĩhwo, na ngarigwo niĩ ta mũthomi ona angĩkorwo ndigĩthomete mũno rĩ, kaĩ mathirĩ mũndũ angĩrĩha ena ngiri ũrĩhe igana wagĩrĩire gũkorwo gĩka atĩa, rĩagĩrĩire gũtarwo 900. No rĩu rĩ, thirĩ ũyũ watigirwo nĩ Uhuru wĩ tiririoni 7.4, rĩu rĩ cikinyĩte 12. Rĩu rĩ nĩ gũkiuga atĩa, gũtirĩ ũndũ kũrekwo. Koguo nĩ tũngĩenda kuona maheni mathire thĩinĩ wa thirikari na tuone maũndũ marĩa marekwo makinyanĩre thĩinĩ wa utongoria na thĩinĩ wa kurutira wananchi wĩra.
Asante sana. Acha tumsikize mwingine. Mzee wangu, ningeomba uanze na majina na pengine utuelezee matarajio yako kuhusiana na mambo ya budget.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Rafael Odinywakaya. Mimi ni mkazi wa eneo la Ziwa la Ng'ombe katika Nyali, na sasa hivi naongea jijini Mombasa, Mwembe Tayari. Mimi kwa kusema kweli, bwana mtangazaji, mimi sina furaha kama mwananchi, kwa sababu leo tukiwarausha Jomo Kenyatta na tulete tena Moi na tulete tena Kibaki, ni huzuni mkubwa katika taifa, kwa sababu taifa ya Mkenya ni taifa ya Kenya imebaki ni taifa ya Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto, kwa sababu hakuna chochote kama budget. Kwa sababu kutoka mwaka jana, yale budget yalipigwa mwaka jana na leo bado inashughulikiwa. Mpaka sasa ni 1 year baada ya budget, na tunapata budget nyingine leo, na hakuna budget ya mwananchi, kwa sababu tuktuk zote zimelala, matatu zote zimelala, hakuna kitu inakwenda. Juzi tumeona kama taifa imepata mvua, watoto hawaendi shule, taifa inapandwa ndege ya kutoka nje na ndege zetu zimelala. Tunapata vitisho kila mahali. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni kama kuna budget leo. Budget ya leo ni bajeti ya Rigathi Gachagua na Mheshimiwa Ruto, kwa sababu wao ndio wanaenjoy, lakini wananchi hawapati chochote. Watoto wanalala njaa kila mahali, akina mama wana makazi. Tunaona kama hapa Mombasa hakuna chochote la maana tunaweza kuenjoy kama ni sisi watu kama wakazi. Tunaona hasla ya bottom up imekuwa ni pesa mfukoni, itoke mfukoni mwetu iende kwa Mheshimiwa Ruto na Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Naam, mwiroreri wa Kameme TV, macio ni mawoni ma aikari account ino ya Mombasa kura mathiete na kuhinyiriria ati kuga ati budget ino kana mendekithia maya ma kuhuthira kigina gya thirikari gitirarumbuya mwananchi wa kawaida, makiuga ati ni mathiete na mbere na kuhinyiririka ni undu wa garama cia iguru cia muturire. Kuma kaunti ya Mombasa, ritwa riakwa ni Ndegwa wa Gathungu Njoki Mwaro, kuri we wiko studio.
No wega makiria Ndegwa ni gutumenyithia mawoni ma mwingi kuma mwena ucio wa Mombasa mbere ya bajeti guthomwo miaraho ya umuthi. Ni minister wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, na turi na ageni aitu muthenya wa umuthi aria turathie na mbere kwaririria ndeto ino, matanya mao na hihi kana bajeti ino ena moguni o mothe kuri Mukenya kana kuri Wanjiku. Mundu gwitwo Zack, uhoro wigie hena uhoro wigie fiscal deficit kana kigina kiria gifatie gia kwiyuririria no tugiti uguo ni manyihitie na makiria ma hakuhi 50% kuma shiringi mwaka muhituku kirari shiringi bilioni 920 na riu ri thini wa budget ino ri marenda kunyihia na shiringi bilioni 500 na 17 Zack, ndiramenya ni tungienda hihi mundu uri uratwirorera ataukwo na mareko wothe niguo gutigirira atiriri matina komba makiria. Undu uyu ri kuringana nawe ri ni undu ura make sense?
Number 1 hau ni meka wega na njira ino thina wakwa ukoragwo kunyihia development budget tondu twaga ku develop ri tutiga kiona gwa kuruta magoti rucio no tuge atiriri haha kunyihia deficit ri ni mweka wega tondu kiria murekaga ri murokaga gukomba kuria private sector gikomba nigethe kurie mawira. Njoke ndimere u wona mwenda gukomba guku tondu ndaigua ni mwauga mutiri kombaga nja uria murakombaga mugukomba guku ri tigutiga mwatiga gukomba ni gucenjia mwacenjia ndirakombaga nyina wa Kamau riu ndikombaga nyina wa Njoroge koguo gukomba no urekate no urakomba guku thiini wa Kenya ri muga ni mugukomba tondu ni mwamenya mbeca iria irakombwo cireheagwo thirikari gukira uria ireheagwo private sector ri cokai haria Kamau thuge ha CRR itago cash reserve ratio ati ofengi ni mbeca iria igaga central bank ci reserve at no interest cigagwo hau cigaikara cikimenyekaga ati ni cia bengi ng'ania. Kibaki uria ekire anyihirie CRR eno thaici 4.25 gicunje kia 4 hari igana 0.25 magirirwo ni ma reduce CRR eno nigetha maririsi mbeca gwe commercial banks yuke 2% kana ona 1.75%. Ungirisi 2% ya mbeca icio ri ni kuga kindu ta nuthu trillion ni ciacoka mabengi-ini nigetha ihote gukomberwo ki aria maragikomba nigetha tukorwo twa balance atiriri private sector tondu ni gubatarite mbeca ri na inywe thirikari ni mugoka ri na thirikari ni kombagirwo gukira private sector tondu private sector ni risky ri andu aya private sector mone handu mangithie gwika atia gukomba tugie na balance na ndiu niki mundu gwitwo governor wa Central Bank atari areciria kaundu gaka tondu nituguthi tukiadjust budget ino tondu tikuga ati tondu ni yathomwo thaici ati riu ni it is cast in stone no iguthie kuria parliament ni debate kuma Tuesday na haria mangiona mangihota ku adjust meke atia ma adjust ningi mera atiriri kama uthuge ikurukia CRR yuke 2.25 kana less mbeca icio ni iririswo kwi mabengi nigetha thirikari agioka gukomba ri ndagakore private sector nake ni anyihiirio mbeca iria gwika atia egukomberwo nigetha tugie na kaundu karetwo equilibrium tukorwo ni tuiganaine ati tutinathukia mawira ma private sector nigetha tuwe tukombe muno na thirikari nayo tutina kimeima mbeca ici irenda nigetha ihote gugitwakira mabarabara na gutuhe services iria ingi kau niko kaundu karia ingienda kwira thirikari otherwise ku reduce deficit ino ni murekire wega tondu tungirakombire mo na already ni mukombete mbeca nyingi muno ngwiciria so far ni makombete trilioni ta 5 kwambata miaka iyo iri
thegio Zack na toguo urona mehariria no marathie na mbere kuria minister wa kigina mundu gwitwo Professor Njuguna Ndung'u aratanywo gukorwo akiumagara kuma wabici-ini cia ministry ya kigina treasury akorwo agithie imwe kwa imwe nginya cikaro-ini cia bunge kuria gugukorwo na gikaro kia hamwe bunge ya gibururi oro hamwe na bunge ya senate akorwo akirekereria ripoti ya budget ya mwaka wa 2024 2025 dikana andiki aitu mundu gwitwo Mora Wagunya hamwe na Batero wa Mwangi mambite hema mwena ucio koguo ni megukorwo magitumenyithia maria mothe megukorwo makiyumiria hindi iria budget iyo igukorwo igithomwo kana hindi iria Professor Njuguna Ndung'u egukorwo akiumagara mundu gwitwo Isaiah nituke hariwe ungirora mbeca iria thirikari iratanya gukorwo ikiungania mwaka-ini uyu turaingira wa kigina ni ciringi trilioni 3.4 na gikorwo ndirahitia mwaka muhituku mwaka uyu wa kigina wa mwaka wa 2023-2024 ri matanya gukorwo makiungania ciringi trilioni 2.9 na matanya mau matina kinyanira tondu gwiciria angikorwo budget ino igakorwo ikiambiriria kurutithio wira kuma mweri wa mugwanjari uguo ni kuga matanya make kiari matigukorwo makinyanire thina wi hana angikorwo ni marathie na mbere gukorwo makigathikira a Kenya magoti maya na angikorwo matina hota gukinyaniria matanya ma mwaka uyu turi wa kigina ri hena mwihoko ati ni megukinyaniria matanya ma mwaka wa kigina wa 2024-2025
if they don't mind tukumera matigukinyaniria yoria neke as we stand how many services wale hana till mauju mathire magioka na uru muno makya andu aria moire akera nema na igoci naugaga mamoete matimoete kuringana na kwagiriire andu acio makifuruga andu kila handu andu mekire atia mangoire till na pay bill wathi handu rero atia ndehana cash withdraw ema so the same mati kukinyaniria korogota igoti riu gitum na nikio urona marongerera magoti mundu uria already ana burden handu mathi moe magoti na njira ingi ciagiriire for example thani marehe horo wa e-teams ema e-teams ino ri they have not created area twetaga awareness nona tando o marenda mama boga akirute bia mundu wa boda arute bia arangi marute bia nema but maukinyaniria atia orogoti wa bia iyo na muthuri uria kwa kinjira atiri ongiujuga mai thamaki ni kura ciuraga aujuga mai thamaki ni kuirwa so thai ni kujuga maraujuga taxpayers re and we know ya Kenyans re taxpayers will find other ways ya gakindo twita tax evasion na tax avoidance nona ko mundu arikora kauga atiriri okonde athia haria ngagura kindu thai ungithi kugura machine teno uragio enda receipt ka enda receipt kamera hatia ndie enda receipt ithu turamateithia korogota igoti riri nona matiratu figure out tumateithia korogota gaitho igoti niki marehe punitive measures kwi mwananchi wagaria kumwira haha rathie uri for example thai kwa andu mahingirwo mapini andu maka VAT and so on and so forth mundu ucio ona angionaga contract akanoneka wira akuraga thimu akwira uni gwika atia nona tondu ja compliance aje kuruta wira ringi ndangota kuruta wira ucio akwira aingira e-teams icio agure machine icio na mundu ucio arenda kuruta wira so from my point of view is matigukinyaniria korogota kigina kiu if makwenderea gutumira those measures which have negative effect kwi mwananchi no matumire njira ingi cia korogota kigina no maenderea gutumira those high taxes and so on matigokinyanĩria gatumerema.
Zack, kuringana nawe nĩ njĩra irĩkũ ng'eni mabatie gũkorwo makiadapt harĩ ũngania wa magoti nĩguo gũkinyanĩria matanya mao ma mbeca iria marenda kũngania?
No wega tũmaeducate tondũ nĩ kũronekana ta thirikari ĩrabatara gũtwarwo thukuru ĩthomithio ĩtũmĩhe seminar. Ũhoro wa thirikari kuona mbeca rĩ, to magoti maika maheaga thirikari mbeca na mũndũ ũrĩa concentrate na magoti mũno nĩ gũte. Nĩ kũrĩ magoti nĩma, no nĩ kũrĩ ũhoro wa assets. Ta rĩu twaneka IPO tukendia shares cia KenGen, tukendia shares cia Kenya Re, Kenya Power na kambuni ingĩ. Nĩ magĩrĩirwo marore mwena ũcio. Hau no marogote bilioni ta 400 kumana na kwendia parastato ici itararuta wĩra kũrĩa thirikari ĩna shares maciendie meherie. Thirikari ĩna assets ingĩ mangĩhota gwĩka atĩa, mangĩhota kwendia. Nĩ kũrĩ ũndũ ũngĩ wa reduce expenditure, kuga atĩrĩrĩ, handũ haha nĩ tũrathiaga mũno, handũ haha nĩ tũrahũthagĩra mbeca nyingĩ mũno, allowances na kĩ ciĩke atĩa, cinyihanyihio. Kaũndũ ga kerĩ nĩ karĩa, ka gatatũ nĩ karĩa ndakwĩra karĩrĩ, nĩgetha ũgĩe na arĩhi magoti aingĩ ũkũragia economy. Ino GDP handũ ĩcirinkire ũkamĩkũria ta rĩu korwo nĩ tũmĩkinyie 16 kana 17 trillion rĩ, hĩndĩ ĩno nĩ kuga nĩ tũra expand na andũ aingĩ nĩ mareka atĩa, nĩ mararĩha na magoti. Ũkũmĩkũria nakĩ? Kũreka private sector ĩke atĩa, ĩkũre, ũmanyihanyihirie magoti. Kũndũ kũngĩ ũheane exemptions. Kũrĩ kũndũ tugaga we woka wa set up factory ta rĩu kũrĩa gwitũ gĩcagi gĩkirarĩ, tondũ ũkwandĩka the local community rĩ, nĩ tũgũkũhe tax holiday ya mĩaka 5, ndũkũrĩha kĩ corporation tax, nĩgetha mbeca icio ũngĩarĩha rĩ ũcicokio factory-inĩ nĩgetha ũproduce more na wandĩke andũ aingĩ. Hĩndĩ ĩno andũ mandĩkĩtwo wĩra rĩ, payroll taxes igĩthĩ matigũkĩrĩha o ũrĩa tũramandĩka marĩ aingĩ. Haya, hĩndĩ ĩno tũrambĩrĩria factories cia ku manufacture, ta rĩu toothpick tũgĩraga kĩrĩa tũgĩraga China of all things. Ibiriti atĩ ũrona kĩbiriti kĩandĩkĩtwo made in China, kĩndũ tũngĩthondekera gũkũ. Toothpick iria irĩuma China igĩthondekagwo na bamboo. Koguo rĩrĩa wanjĩrĩria gũthondeka toothpick gũkũ rĩ, kĩganda gĩkũrĩa gĩcagi rĩ, nĩ kuga nginya bamboo ĩno rĩ ũrakũrĩrio nĩ andũ arĩa me gĩcagi, farmers acio no megũgũkũrĩria, ũmarĩhage mbeca ta ũrĩa andũ a tobacco mekaga na arĩa angĩ na arĩa ma exportaga French beans na macadamia na kĩ na kahũa na macani. Ũrutaga gwĩ farmer ũcio githĩ ndwamũrĩha kĩndũ, ũgacoka ũgakĩendio ka foreign exchange. Tutu nĩ tuo tũmaũndũ tũrĩa thirikari yagĩrĩirwo nĩ gũkorwo ĩgĩciria, handũ ha gwĩciria kwambatĩria magoti rĩ, nĩgetha wongerere tax base, arĩhi a igoti maingĩhe rĩ, nĩ kũmaingĩhĩria wĩra, makorwo nĩ marahota gwĩka atĩa, kũruta wĩra. Kaũndũ kangĩ kariganĩrire na mũthuri ũgwĩtwo CPA haha nĩ akagweta nĩ ũhoro wa pending bills. Ndĩronire pending bills nĩ bilioni 640 na hĩndĩ ĩyo tũtitarĩte cia parastatos na arĩa angĩ, no itirarĩho. Ũraigua gavana kũrĩa akiuga atĩrĩrĩ, biru cia thirikari ĩyo ĩrahĩtũkire ndigwĩka atĩa, ndikũrĩha. Na ngwĩrire thirikari nĩ perpetual. Thirikari ĩyo ya supplyĩtwo indo icio rĩ, no yo ĩno ĩkuo nĩ gavana ũracenjirie na deputy wake na hihi ma minister maigana ũna. Otherwise thirikari ĩno ĩngĩ rĩ, nĩ perpetual ĩrĩ okuo, mwagaga kũrĩha nĩkĩ? Tondũ mbeca ici nĩcio cietereirwo nĩ private sector nĩgetha macirutithie wĩra, mathondeke mawĩra. No we nĩ weka atĩa, nĩ waga kũrĩha. Citũraga ciĩragwo ciauditwo, na hĩndĩ ĩno nĩ tũmenyaga atĩrĩrĩ, ona tondũ gavana arauga iauditwo rĩ, gwĩciria nĩ kickback makorwo magĩetha. Ũthiaga kũrĩa wauga ũrĩhwo ũkerwo atĩrĩrĩ, ĩhĩ amba tũnengere mbeca nini nĩgetha tũprocessere ciaku. Na nĩ tũkĩũĩ nĩguo gũgĩthiaga tondũ rĩrĩ tũgĩsupply thirikari ona ithuĩ. Haha nĩho rĩu tũrarehe kwaga gũstimulate economy. Mbeca ici cia pending bills cingĩrĩhwo cigũkinyĩra nginya mama mboga ũrĩa wĩ kũrĩa gĩcagi, cigũkinyĩra nginya watchman ũrĩa wĩ kũrĩa gĩcagi. Koguo maya nĩ maũndũ mangĩka, maũndũ very practical mangĩkwo mahote gũtũteithia gũkũria economy. No ũhoro wa kuga atĩ no tũkũrire na magoti, hau nĩ tũrate mbaũ, tondũ he handũ he gũkinya magoti na nĩ harakinyĩte. Nĩ ngũheire mũhano rĩrĩa tuongereire maguta VAT kuma 8% ĩgĩkinya 16%.
Haya, Zack, reke ngorwo ngĩgũtinia hanini. Minister wa kĩgĩna Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u nĩ hĩndĩ aumagara kuma wabici-inĩ ya ministry ya kĩgĩna arĩ hamwe na mwandĩki mũkaru Chris Kipto na atongoria angĩ hau merekeire cikaro-inĩ cia mbunge nigetha akorwo akĩheana riboti ya bajeti ya mwaka wa 2024 2025 nĩ akorwo akiumĩra akiumagara kwa ihinda rĩrĩ, koguo nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩmweterera rĩrĩa egũkorwo agĩkinya. Ririkana andĩki aitũ mũndũ gwĩtwo Maura Wagunya hamwe na Mbataro wa Mwangi marĩ mwena ũcio nigetha makorwo magĩtũmenyithia marĩa mothe megũkorwo makĩyumĩria. Ririkana bajeti ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna wa 2024-2025 nĩ ya mũigana wa ciringi tririoni 3.9. Kenya mena matanya maingĩ mũno makĩria. No ririkane wabici kana thirikari nene nĩyo ĩthukĩirwo kĩgĩna kĩrĩa kĩnene mũno makĩria, na hena ministry kana honge iria cinyihĩirio bajeti mwaka-inĩ ũyũ tũraingĩra wa kĩgĩna, arĩ nĩ hamwe na rũhonge rwa ũrĩmi, angĩkorwo nĩ rũhonge rwa ũgima wa mwĩrĩ, oro hamwe na rũhonge rwa gĩthomo, rũhonge rwa wonjoria kana trade, nĩ imwe cia iria inyihĩirio kĩgĩna bajeti ĩno ya mwaka wa 2024-2025. Nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩmũrĩka nihi nĩ honge irĩkũ igũthukĩrwo kĩgĩna makĩria. Ũcio nĩ Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u, minista wa kĩgĩna bũrũri-inĩ, nĩ wocio akiumagara kuma wabici-inĩ cia ministry ya kĩgĩna treasury, mbere nĩ wocio marĩ hamwe na mwandĩki mũkaru Chris Kiptoo mbere ya maumagarĩte nigetha makorwo magĩtemania riboti ya bajeti cikaro-inĩ cia mbunge, kũrĩa kwĩna gũgũkorwo na gĩikaro kĩa hamwe mbunge ya gĩbũrũri National Assembly oro hamwe na mbunge ya Senate, nigetha minister wa kĩgĩna akorwo akĩneana riboti ĩyo kwa ihinda rĩrĩ marĩ nja wa ministry, wabici-inĩ ya ministry ya kĩgĩna mbere ya aumagarĩte nigetha akorwo akĩerekera mbunge-inĩ ya bũrũri agĩtemania riboti ĩyo. Ririkana kĩgĩna kana bajeti ĩno nĩ ya mũigana wa ciringi tririoni 3.9. Nĩtũgũkorwo tũkĩmũrĩka nĩ honge irĩkũ igũkorwo igĩthukĩrwo kĩgĩna makĩria thĩinĩ wa bajeti ĩno ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna wa 2024-2025. Ririkana hau kabere mwandĩki mũkaru Chris Kiptoo nĩ agũkoretwo aria na andĩki a mohoro na uga atĩ makĩria ma gĩcunjĩ kĩa 50 kĩa mbeca iria thirikari ĩrongania, gĩcunjĩ kĩnene kĩrathiĩ harĩ kũrĩha mathirĩ kana ngombo iria bũrũri ĩnacio gũkinyanĩria na rĩu, iria cioirwo nĩ thirikari hĩtũku na iria cirathiĩ na mbere kuoywo nĩ thirikari ĩno ya Kenya Kwanza ya President William Ruto. Koguo nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩmũrĩka hihi nĩ maũndũ marĩkũ, nĩ honge irĩkũ igũkorwo igĩthukĩrwo mbeca makĩria. Ririkana ningĩ bajeti-inĩ ĩno kĩgĩna kĩa ũthii wa na mbere nĩ kĩnyihĩirio bajeti na ciringi birioni 75. No ũririkane angĩkorwo nĩ mbeca cia mahũthĩro thirikari-inĩ cia kũrĩha mĩcara na maũndũ mangĩ matiganĩte thirikari-inĩ nĩ kĩongereirwo na ciringi birioni 51. Koguo kĩu nĩkĩo kĩmwe gĩa gĩtũmi kĩrĩa hihi gĩcũngĩrĩirie honge imwe gũkorwo ikĩnyihĩrio bajeti, rũhonge rwa ũrĩmi, rũhonge rwa ũgima wa mwĩrĩ, rũhonge rwa gĩthomo, rũhonge rwa wonjoria kana trade nĩ imwe cia iria cinyihĩirio bajeti mwaka-inĩ ũyũ wa kĩgĩna wa 2024-2025. No tũrathiĩ na mbere kũmũrĩka marĩa marathiĩ na mbere kũhanĩka kwa ihinda rĩrĩ wabici-inĩ cia ministry ya kĩgĩna, mbere ya minister wa kĩgĩna Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u marĩ hamwe na mwandĩki mũkaru wake Chris Kiptoo, kũrĩa megũkorwo makĩerekera nginya cikaro-inĩ cia mbunge nigetha akorwo akĩneana riboti ya mendekithia ma bajeti ya mwaka wa 2024-2025. Icio nĩ mbica cia ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe iria mwĩroreri ũramũkĩra kuma kũrĩ wabici cia ministry ya kĩgĩna mĩaraho ya ũmũthĩ. Bajeti ĩno ĩratanywo gũkorwo ĩgĩthomwo ciahanda thaa 9 mĩaraho ya ũmũthĩ. No tũrathiĩ na mbere kwamũkĩra kana kwaranĩria na Akenya matiganĩte, kaunti itiganĩte, ũhoro wĩgiĩ matanya mao rĩrĩa bajeti ĩno ĩgũkorwo igithomwo muthenya wa umuthi. Ndiramenya mundu turagithie na mbere kuona ngwiciria ni egukorwo akiumagara ihinda o riothe kana ndagika o yothe kuma riu nigetha akorwo akineana riboti iyo kana agithoma riboti ya bajeti ya mwaka wa 2024-2025. Tugithiaga na mbere ndiramenya mundu gwitwo Isaya o tugithiaga na mbere ni honge iriku hihi urona igukorwo igithukirwo kigina makiria ukiringithania na mwaka wa kigina wa mwaka wa 2023-2024.
Kuringana nani budget ino ndiratanya education ni guthukirwo kigina, health ni guthukirwo kigina nayo, na udumwe na defense na kuza agriculture
na kwina gicanjama kireyumirie mwena ucio. Hena mundu kugeretie guthie hau no ni akorwo akinyitwo ni maabitha a ugitiri. Maundu ni mahorera mwena ucio mbere ya mundu gwitwo minister wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u erekeire ciikaro-ini cia mbunge nigetha akorwo akineana riboti kana agithoma riboti ya budget ya mwaka wa 2024-2025. Isaya njoge muhera ni undu wa gugutinia ugithie na mbere hihi
Antrona budget ya githomo wicha ni kaundu kega tumendekithia mega na tuata kumiongerera na bado ya health tondu thaici gikuria thimu yaku ri gucigana cia andu be hospitali
niguo
ihwitie andu me thibitari maracanga na tondu jia NHIF iri ariho mbere ndirahota kuruta wira so kwarehire no mareta shift so no ni hakwa mwene no ngenerera makirora mwena ucio na also agriculture wise tondu CSA atidakiuga tukorie haria tukaruta mbia rucio na agriculture wise no tukaruta mbia rucio tondu ana wakulima ni makoretwo makirira na magarie gutwara na manifesto ya maheire wa Kenya magota gutwara manifesto. Yes, to of course no traria na trade ya kumera twamera kaundu karito no tutiga all is lost, all is not lost.
Zak kuringana nawe ni honge iri korona taci guthukirwo kigina makiria no ningi ukiringithania na budget ya mwaka muhituku wa 2023-2024.
Kindu kiria kia ni surprise ni ati githomo ni kiranyihirio na ciana ni ukiuye tukire nacio ni ciongererekete iria cira githoma koguo ni ndira expectaga makorwo makiongerera mbeca mwena wa githomo no ndinona gweka uguo ngirigaca tondu ni devolved ri no njuge atiriri mbeca iria ciratumwo macinani cia ngirigaca ri cirorwo muno number 1 ni tondu wa corruption tere turonire ona utika minister akirio wira arehete fertilizer taramenyeka ni ya muthemba uriku na ndigagwe wira agika atia tondu handu hau ni aratu twarire handu horu tondu mundu muhutu eragwo ni mundu murakaru na mundu murakaru ri no arehe gicanjama takiu urona hau kiria tondu mundu ucio ni ngwicira ni kugomaga gukaga kwira Njuguna Ndung'u mau magoti wathie guthoma umanyihie riu ri andu mathie uguo mahinyiririo tuhinyiririo cukuru tuhinyiririo thibitari tuhinyiririo wabici na magoti-ini na migunda mundu ucio ona egugicoka athie kugithe ndugukiona ni tugukirakara na mundu murakaru ti mundu mwega twahota ona ithuĩ gũgĩkora tukirehe gicanjama.
Aya cio ni hindi aumagara minister wa kigina bururi-ini Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ni wocio ni akigira ngari-ini agithie gutwara riboti ya bajeti ya mwaka wa kigina ya 2024-2025 na ni kuria gugukorwo na giikaro kia hamwe kia bunge ya bururi National Assembly oro hamwe na bunge ya Senate kuria egukorwo agitamania riboti iyo ya muthenya wa umuthi. Ririkana budget ino ni ya shiringi trilioni 3.9 ni yongererekete kuma ya mwaka wa kigina wa 2023-2024 iria yari hakuhi shiringi trilioni 3.7 no Akenya ingi no marathie na mbere na guteta ati hatiri moguni monete ona hanini kumana na budget ya mwaka muhituku koguo magakĩũria ciũria cia nĩ moguni marĩkũ megũkorwo makiumana na budget ĩno ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna tũraingĩra ya 2024 na 2025. Tũgĩthiaga na mbere kũng'etia mbica icio ũrona Minister wa kĩgĩna Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u nĩ akiumagara. Isaiah ndiramenya nĩ tũronire atĩ thirikari cia kaunti nĩ cirongereirwo kĩgĩna kuma ciringi birioni 385 nginya ciringi birioni 400. Kũringana nawe hena moguni mekumana na kĩgĩna gĩkĩ kuongererwo. Ririkana ũndũ ũyũ wakorirwo gĩkinyanĩrio nĩ kamĩtĩ ya hamwe bunge-inĩ ya bũrũri na bunge ya Senate, nĩ kwarĩ na ndũgamano nĩgetha ũndũ ũyũ ũkorwo ũgĩkinyanĩrio. Hena moguni ũrona mekumana na kĩgĩna gĩkĩ kuongererwo?
Njuge atĩrĩrĩ, as much as twarora thirikari ĩrĩa harĩa igũrũ rĩ, rĩu twagĩrĩirwo tũrore thirikari icio cia kaunti. Rĩu tuge twacoka mũciĩ twarora ta Mount Kenya, twauga one man one vote, nĩ maheo, nĩ manengerwo. Ithuĩ twehoka ĩrehe moguni. No mangĩhũthĩra ũru rĩ, and there will be no issue ya gũtinda tũkĩgia thirikari national government nĩ mũheirwo mbia. But priority cia county, ũngĩthita tũthuĩ county ya Kiambu Wamatangi nĩ priority nacio. Wathi tũgue wathi ta Murang'a, priority irĩkũ ci Murang'a. So nĩ kũrehe moguni tondũ nĩ ciongerereka. Okorwo nacio marĩ na CDF makuongerera CDF ciao, okorwo marĩ na maybe development ciao nĩ kũrehe moguni. No we must hold them accountable. Tondũ ona mongererwo makorwo matigwo accountable gũtigũkorwo na ũguni. Tondũ ũngĩrora o mwaka mbia nĩ ciongererekaga nĩma, but tugaga kĩrĩro no kĩrĩa kĩmwe twarĩra gũtirĩ na ũguni thaa nĩ ciongererwo nĩguo maugaga tume 16% tũthonge nĩma na magũthi mongereirwo. No rĩu ambunge aitũ, gavana aitũ nĩo magĩrĩirwo marehe ũguni ũcio, tondũ rĩu nĩ ciakiuma kũrĩa kwĩ national government nĩ ciarehwo gwa county government. Ũkũria ũ ndũgũkĩũria gavana waku, nĩ ciarehwo maybe county yanyu, nĩ ciarehwo constitution yanyu, ũgũkũria MP waku, unaona ciarehwo hau maybe ward yanyu rĩ ũkũria MCA wanyu. So MCA magĩe na maybe atongoria atiraji tũmere atĩrĩrĩ othiĩ imwe maoni nĩma na project ya mũtarĩkĩtie rĩkiai. Ũndũ ũngĩ bwana Zaka atidakiwa nĩ increase production kana what we are calling it uciarithania nĩma kana project nĩma. Ũkora project gets stalled nĩma, project ĩrĩa yanjirio yatiganĩirio, ũngĩoka kanjia project agatiganĩria nĩma, ũkanjia kwĩna constituency na mahingũrie toko nĩ polytechnic ndĩarĩkire ĩrũgamĩte hau nĩma, angĩwanga makahingũra kĩwanda gĩake ĩgaikara hau. So can you give priority harĩa ĩkũguna mwananchi?
Zak, kũringana nawe nĩ ũrona gĩcunjĩ kĩu kĩrakorirwo gĩkĩongererwo kũrĩ counties ta gĩkũrehe ũtiganu o wothe?
Namba na itanamba gũkinya hau ha counties rĩ, nona ngari ĩrĩa bwana Njũgũna arathiĩ nayo, ngari iria ciatuĩkĩte ihũthagĩrwo arĩ cio, tondũ citikũnyua maguta maingĩ na ona mĩgũrĩre yacio rĩ ndĩrĩ na goro. No ndĩracokire rĩu ĩno nĩ ya kuonania agĩthiĩ gũthoma budget, no hwaĩ-inĩ rĩ ũkũmĩkora na ĩrĩa ĩranyua maguta marĩa maingĩ. Na nĩkĩo ũronire obici ya president nĩ ĩrenda kũgũra ngari ingĩ njerũ cia mirioni anga 200. Obici ya deputy president taguo, rĩu andũ othe nĩ kũgũra maragũra ngari, na wacirora iria iragũrwo citiragũrwo ĩte tũkari tũtũ twa Passat ĩno aronania haha, iragũrwo ĩrĩa rĩthiĩ nayo hwaĩ-inĩ. Koguo ĩno yuma show oneke ndaranyua maguta maingĩ, na ningĩ kuma treasury gũthiĩ harĩa bunge rĩ ona angĩ agĩthiĩ magũrũ tiga nĩ andũ acio hihi maragĩteng'era hau. Koguo haha no kuonania aronania atĩ ũrĩa thirikari ĩ prudent na ũrĩa ĩrahũthĩra mbeca wega, no nĩ maheni nĩ tũkiũĩ ũrĩa kũrathiĩ. Githĩ tũtirakĩonire ndege ya mirioni 200 ĩ tũkĩaria siasa hanini, tondũ politics ici no cio iragĩthondeka policy. Njĩre magavana okay, need devolution ndingiuga atĩ ndĩrutĩte wĩra, tondũ nĩ tuonete provinces na districts icio cia tene ũrĩa ciahanaga. Gwĩ kũndũ matarĩ mona rami thĩinĩ wa district ng'ima kuma rĩrĩa bũrũri ũyũ waheirwo wĩyathi no nĩ maracionire kwagĩa na devolution koguo devolution yarĩ idea njega ona kabengi agĩũkĩte tene nĩ tũngĩonete maendeleo no gũtiagĩte kũndũ na kũndũ mbeca cirora na twanona magavana nginya makĩimpeachwo nĩ ũndũ wa mbeca ciũrĩte na magatwarwo magoti-inĩ na ingĩ igakĩrikavwo koguo nĩ kuga atĩrĩrĩ tũkĩdevolve mbeca rĩ harĩ o kĩndũ bado twa devolvire gĩtagwo corruption atĩ mbeca imwe ona ineanagwo na gũtirĩ service yaheanwo mũndũ akanengerwo mbeca cia macini cia thibitarĩ no macini cia thibitarĩ itiokire ũguo mbeca icio igatuĩka nĩ kũrĩo ciarĩo no tuge atĩ kũndũ kũingĩ nĩ kũrĩa kũronekana kwĩna changes kũndũ kũingĩ nĩ kũrĩa kũronekana kwĩna wĩra ũrarutwo ta rĩu ũngĩthiĩ tuge ona tũkĩhũthĩre Kĩambu ona korwo kwanagĩa na macira ma mbeca kũiywo nĩ ũrakora ECD centers rĩ nĩ iraheo iria nĩ iraheo ũcũrũ kũndũ kũngĩ nĩ maraheo nginya irio nĩgetha kũ encourage ciana ithiĩ cukuru koguo kũrĩ tũgũndũ twega tũrekĩka na devolution barabara nĩ irakwo mathibitarĩ nĩ tuonete magĩakwo nĩ county governments ona gũtuĩka ta kũrĩa gwitũ Cigona ward tũtikĩrĩ thibitarĩ ngũgĩciria nĩ twagĩrĩirwo tũtware petition ĩyo nĩgetha twakĩrwo thibitarĩ ona korwo tũtigwakĩrwo level 4 rĩ tũgĩakĩrwo level 3 kana level 2 at least gũkĩgĩa koguo ndingĩ condemn devolution njuge atĩ mbeca citironeka ũrĩa cireka na handũ haha tondũ nĩ marongereirwo rĩ nĩ njĩraga thirikari nene kaingĩ services iria mũtarĩ mwa devolve iria citarĩ cioima national government cigatwarwo kũrĩa mashinani nĩ itwarwo na irũmĩrĩrio mbeca gũtigatuĩkage atĩ 2.7 trillion cirahũthĩka nĩ thirikari nene na warĩa me mashinani marona tu bilioni 400 na mbeca ici nĩcio twĩhokete atĩ Wanjikũ nĩ ekũheo services nacio na maũndũ mothe tiga gĩthomo na national security maũndũ maya mangĩ mothe nĩ twa devolvire gĩthomo kĩrĩa tu twa devolvire no kĩa natharĩ otherwise gĩkĩ kĩngĩ gĩothe kĩ national government ũguo nĩ kuga atĩrĩrĩ ũndũ ũrĩa wothe ũtarĩ watwarwo mashinani nĩ ũtwarwo no gĩtwarwo ũrũmĩrĩrio mbeca cia ũndũ ũcio nĩgetha mwananchi Wanjikũ aheo service hau arĩ na nĩ tuonete kĩruta wĩra twanona tũgĩkĩrĩrwo kĩrĩa tene twathiaga gwa Kanjũra agatwĩra ndarĩ na mbeca no rĩu thaa ici nĩ ũkoraga gakarabati kahanyu nĩ gegwĩkĩrwo tondũ MCA nĩ marahota kwaranĩria na makarehe services hau nĩ gũkora kĩragita gĩa kaunti nĩ gĩoka na kĩarĩma kabara ga kwanyu kĩa grade wega andũ mahota kũhĩtũka koguo rĩ no tuge by and large devolution nĩ irutĩte wĩra no rĩu kũrĩa kwĩna thĩna gũkũ gwa corruption nĩkuo twagĩrĩirwo nĩ gwĩka atĩa nĩ kũrora na ciũria iria ciũragio nĩ auditor general
nĩ ũcio na mũndũ ũgwĩtwo nĩ hĩndĩ ngari yake ĩraingĩra Minister wa Kĩgĩna Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u nĩ hĩndĩ ĩraingĩra ciikaro-inĩ cia mbunge na thutha wa gũgĩkinya nĩ egũkorwo akĩamũkĩrwo nĩ atongoria matiganĩte kana ambunge matiganĩte nĩgetha thutha ũcio akorwo akĩneana riboti ya bajeti ya mwaka ũyũ wa kĩgĩna kana ũyũ tũraingĩra wa 2024 2025 nĩ hĩndĩ akorwo agĩkinya ciikaro-inĩ cia mbunge ririkana bajeti ĩno nĩ ya mũigana wa ciringi tririoni 3.9 ĩrĩa yongererekete kuma mwaka mũhĩtũku wa kĩgĩna yarĩ ya ciringi tririoni 3.7 no tũrathiĩ na mbere kũmũrĩka ũrĩa maũndũ matariĩ mwena ũcio ririkana andĩki aitũ mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Mwaũra wa Ngunya hamwe na Mbataro wa Mwangi marĩ mwena ũcio nĩguo gũtigĩrĩra nĩ makũmenyithia marĩa megũkorwo makĩyumĩria mwena ũcio ũhoro wĩgimainie na bajeti ya mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ ĩrĩa ĩgũkorwo ĩgĩthomwo ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna wa 2024 2025 ĩrĩa nĩ ya ciringi tririoni 3.9 nĩwo ũcio nĩ agũkorwo agĩkinya twetereire nĩgetha twetereire akorwo akĩamũkĩrwo nĩ atongoria matiganĩte ciikaro-inĩ cia mbunge. Isaya tũgĩthiaga na mbere kũng'etia ũrĩa maũndũ mahana mwena ũcio rĩ hihi ũngĩringithania ũrĩa thirikari ya President Ruto ĩkoretwo ĩkĩhandwo kana ĩgĩtangĩkĩra thirikari cia county hoka nĩ kũgaĩra kĩgĩna ũkĩringithania na thirikari ya Uhuru Kenyatta rĩ nĩ ũrona ta tũthiĩte njĩra ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire hoka nĩ thirikari cia matũra na ũrĩa ibatiĩ gũkorwo ĩkĩramatwo nĩ thirikari nene
turona nĩ mathi mongereire na gĩkena gitũ nĩ mathi mongereire gĩtũmi harĩa devolved unit rĩ ni ho andu ingi monaga services na no tuhoe ona services nyingi ikorwo igituika devolved nigetha Wanjikũ akinyirwo na service. So to your question, for me devolution Luton ni ageria no ni with a lot of fight tando ona mbia ikiongererwo itinongererwo ati oguo ni kuhurana muno nikona honorable oyo wa arugamagirira magavana wa Kirinyaga Anne Waiguru akigeria kuhuranira devolution ona kuingo sometime back maugite county ni cia tuika broke maenda kuhinga county kuruta wira. So on me ndrona ni thiete wega and I would wish eongerere oguo because devolution ni guteithia bũrũri ũyũ nigetha onoko kuri ona linkages icio tugie twa devolve corruption ire ni mũrĩgia mũtongoria ũmwe wa county fulani ũrĩa atarĩ na corruption ma nigetha uthi wone ni arutire wĩra nigetha agatuĩka njia benchmark ya arĩa angĩ because without devolution mũtingĩamenya ndũrarutĩka
nĩguo
tumenyaga no arutĩka nĩ ũndũ wa devolution mwathimona tarĩngĩ mwecimu atete nyone arutire ni ekire macukuru na kĩrĩ andũ angĩ makona hey andi kũrĩa mbia icio ũguo ndĩrarĩaga rĩgora njĩke kaũndũ so there is a benchmark. So no njuge how a devolution ni appreciate role njega no ina sugar sky is the limit endere o uguo endere kuheo mbeca tando remember ona rogoti wa mbia ni amararogota ithe county ni eteithagia muno kurogota mbia na ndutiko twa kurogota mbia tukamurehera na mutiratuhe nona so mutiratuhe a good share. So devolution is okay, thirikari ni ikite a milestone tumetheka milestone a devolution but they still need kuongerera mbia ingi.
Aya thengio muno makiria ucio ni minister wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u marina muikarĩte wa kamĩtĩ ya budget bunge-inĩ ya bũrũri Ndĩndĩ Nyoro wocio ni getha akorwo agithie kuneana riboti ya budget ya mwaka wa kigina ya 2024 2025 na ari hamwe na mwandiki mukaru ministry-inĩ ĩyo nĩge Chris Kipto mbere ya matemanĩtie riboti ĩno na hau kabere nĩ tũkorirwo kana andĩki aitũ mũndũ gwĩtwo Mwaura Wagunya na Bataro wa Mwangi nĩ makorirwo makĩaranĩria na amwe a ambunge arĩa mekinyĩtie ciikaro-inĩ ici ũhoro wĩgiĩ mendekithia ma riboti ya kĩgĩna ya 2024 ĩrĩa ĩtanyĩtwo gũkorwo ĩgĩcirĩrĩrwo kana gwĩkĩrio kura kiumia gĩũkĩte na aingĩ ao makĩonekana kũnyita riboti ĩyo mbaru koguo no tũgũthiĩ na mbere nginya kwaranĩria na atongoria angĩ matiganĩte thutha wa riboti ĩno gũkorwo ĩgĩthomwo mathiĩ na mbere gũtũhe mawoni mao na no tũgũthiĩ na mbere kũmũrĩka na kũrũmĩrĩra honge iria igũthukĩrwo kĩgĩna kĩnene makĩria nĩ tũramenya hena imwe cinyihĩirio kĩgĩna arĩ nĩ hamwe na rũhonge rwa ũrĩmi rũhonge rwa gĩthomo rũhonge rwa wonjoria gatagatĩ ka honge ingĩ honge cia bata no nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩmũrĩka nĩ irĩkũ hihi ciongereirwo makĩria. Ririkana thirikari ningĩ nĩ nyihĩtie kĩgĩna kana budget ya ũthii wa na mbere na ciringi birioni 75 no ikongerera kĩgĩna kĩa recurrent expenditure kana mahũthĩro ma thirikari ũrĩhi wa mĩcara thirikari-inĩ na gĩcunjĩ kĩa ciringi birioni 51 ũguo nĩguo maũndũ matariĩ. No wega ngũririkania atĩ budget ya mwaka ũyũ wa kĩgĩna 2024-2025 nĩ ya mũigana wa ciringi tririoni 3.9 ĩrĩa yongererekete kuma ciringi tririoni 3.7 ĩrĩa yarĩ ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna ya mwaka wa 2023-2024. No na gũkĩria ũguo tũgĩetagĩrĩra budget ĩno Kenya no marathiĩ na mbere gũteta ũhoro wĩgiĩ maine gũkorwo matekuona moguni o mothe kumana na budget ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna mwaka mũhĩtũku ũyũ tũrĩ Njũng'e Mũhera na matirĩ na mwĩhoko aingĩ ao makiuga atĩ matirĩ na mwĩhoko wa moguni o mothe kumana na riboti ĩyo. Ũcio nĩ mũtongoria wa arĩa aingĩ bunge-inĩ ya bũrũri Kimani Ichung'wa nĩ ũmwe wa ambunge arĩa maramũkĩra minister wa kĩgĩna Professor Njuguna Ndung'u na ningĩ ũcio nĩ mũikarĩri gĩtĩ wa kamĩtĩ ya budget bunge-inĩ Ndindi Nyoro, umwe wa aria makoragwo magikuruhanio makiria hoka ni uthondeki wa budgeti. Ucio ni muhiuria musharisha wa aringi bunge-ini ya bururi Sylvanus Osoro hamwe na atongoria angi magithie na mbere kwamukira minister wa kigina mundu ugwitwo Professor Njuguna Ndung'u. Ririkana ekinyitie hamwe na mwandiki mukaru ministry-ini ino Chris Kipto mbere ya guthomwo kwa budgeti ino. Na no tuguthie na mbere kungetia maria mothe meguthie na mbere kwiyumiria mwena ucio nginya akorwo agikinya cikaro-ini cia bunge. Ririkana giikaro kia hamwe kia abunge bunge-ini ya kibururi oro hamwe na bunge ya Senate, na gikorwo ni uramurika cikaro cia bunge thiini kwina mwe marikitie gwikinyia metereire minister wa kigina mundu gwitwo Professor Njuguna Ndung'u akorwo akiingira nigetha akorwo agitemania riboti ino. Tugithia na mbere kuona mbica icio hihi mundu gwitwo Zack no ukorwo gitutariria hihi no turathie na mbere kuona mbica thiini wa bunge. Ni turona atongoria aria me hau, speaker wa bunge ya bururi Moses Wetangula ni hariirie gukorwo akiamukira minister wa kigina. Uguo niguo maundu maikaire mwena ucio, na niwe ucio makiingira thiini wa cikaro cia bunge nigetha akorwo agitemania riboti ino ya budgeti ya mwaka wa kigina ya 2024 na 2025 iria ni ya muigana wa ciringi trilioni 3.9. Koguo no tugukorwo tukimurika ni honge iriku igukorwo igithukirwo kigina makiria ni iriku ciongereirwo. Kwa ihinda riri ni turamenya imwe ciria inyihiirio ni ruhonge rwa urimi, gikorwo ni ruhonge rwa githomo, ruhonge rwa ugima wa mwiri, ruhonge rwa trade kana wonjoria ni imwe cia iria inyihiirio. Uguo niguo maundu matarie mwena ucio. Speaker wa bunge ya bururi Moses Wetangula ni aronekana no arathie na mbere na mehaririria mbere ya mundu gwitwo minister wa kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ekinyitie mwena ucio. Mundu gwitwo Zack, tugithiaga na mbere kungetia uria maundu mahana. Uhoro wigie wigiririki kana accountability ri hoka ni ungania wa magoti, mundu gwitwo Isaiah ni worehirie uhoro ucio wagaga niki, na ni kuga ati honge citu iria ibatie gukorwo ikimurika angikorwo ni mahuthiro ma mbeca thirikari-ini itikoragwo na hinya.
Twikaga uguo ta bururi tukanyihia institutions tukacingirira nginya ingi igatiga gutuika autonomous cikanjiriria kuhana ta riu uria bunge iraba stampa uria executive yauga. Ni ukurikana budget iria turahuthira tha ici president yaugite ni ndimurorete nyone uria muguikia kura tondu muri ya kiama kia UDA mutingigwithia agenda yake ya UDA ya kuongerera magoti. Riu akora bunge handu ha gukorwo na independence ni yaingirirwo ugakora institutions iria ingi iraturorera maundu kuria mahuthiro-ini ma mbeca na ni tui mbeca ni ciuraga institutions ici ri ni twacingiriire muno kurakinyete handu nginya judiciary irathie kuhoya kana kubeg executive mamongerere budget. Yet ni twagirirwo gukorwo twina kigina tugite ni mbeca cigana ona irithiaga kwi judiciary nigetha ndigakoragwo hingo ciothe ri marathi kuhoya. Hindi no murahoya ri ni kuga ni mukwikirirwo mawatho ona inywe mwiro na ithuĩ twamuheri no muhaya mwike ona nona riu tuka compromise institutions ici. Kaundu kangi ni gwiririo horo wa inefficiency na corruption ri cituteagira 33% of our budget kundu guothe, na turario horo wa kuma kuria rugongo thirikari ino nene gucoka nginya thirikari ici nini. Kaundu kangi itari ndonaga giko kuria macinani ta riu wario horo wa counties ri ni kuri mbeca iria magirirwo ni gukorwo makirogota o enyewe to muhaka ati ciothe maheo kuma national government. No ni ndionaga mena strategic plan yo uria marirogotaga mbeca icio. Ndironire Nairobi county niyo irarogotete mbeca nyingi icoketwo ni Kiambu. No riu ri kwi ingi ciuraga na ni tuwi ni ciuraga o haria irogotero-ini guku Nairobi tene parking iria tarihagwo online ri wakoraga munene ena marithiti make riu oya parking agekira muhuko. That's our biggest undoing. nigetha ugakora mbeca iria tuma tuwe tutinahota gucioya ni undu wa corruption o haria kiambiriria.
Na nĩ tũrona ambunge amwe makĩhanyũka dalili ya kuonania atĩ minister Professor Njuguna Ndung'u nĩ gũkinya arakinya ihinda o rĩothe nĩgetha akorwo akineana riboti ya bajeti ya mwaka wa kigina ya 2024-2025 na mũndũ ũgwĩtwo speaker wa bunge ya bũrũri Moses Wetangula ũrĩa kũronekana nĩ arathiĩ na mbere kũheana ngwĩciria nĩ mwerekera wa ũrĩa maũndũ megũkorwo matariĩ mwena ũcio. Reke tũthiĩ ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe tuthikĩrĩrie Wetangula.
Have jointly held an annual engagement under the auspices of the Speakers Roundtable. The annual event aims at bolstering the roles of the two institutions, including consideration of legislative and legal frameworks necessary for supporting the economic sector. Over the past 14 years, these engagements have been instrumental in providing policy and legislative underpinnings which have greatly impacted on the sector. Indeed, various amendments and reforms to the law have been initiated as a result of these collaborative meetings, thus supporting business and economic growth and contributing to overall national development. Honorable members, the 2024 Speakers Roundtable is scheduled to take place on Friday, 21st June 2024 at the Agile Grand Hotel, Machakos County. The meeting will be held under the theme of leveraging the role of the legislature in enhancing Kenya's competitiveness for the creation of jobs, wealth, and inclusive prosperity. The roundtable discussions will focus on, among other areas, governance, access to finance, competitive logistics and utilities, industrialization and trade, human capital development, and social development and inclusion. Honorable members, participants to the meeting will include all members of parliament, senior parliamentary staff, and representatives of the business community under the KEPSA umbrella. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to invite all of you to the meeting, as these engagements will afford the House an opportunity to engage with the business community as we seek to set the foundations for greater national economic development. I thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 13th, 2024. Legal notice number 96 of 2024 relating to the Independent Policing Oversight Authority General Regulations 2023, including the explanatory memorandum, executive summary, and synopsis of stakeholders' engagement from the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a request for a statement regarding the directive by the Private Security Regulatory Authority on minimum wage for private security officers. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the leader of the majority party regarding a directive issued by the Private Security Regulatory Authority to private security service providers on minimum wage payable to private security officers. Honorable Speaker, on 10th June 2024, the Private Security Regulatory Authority issued a public notice purportedly published as legal notice number PSRA-002-2024, directing all private security service providers, users, prospective users, representatives of users of private security services to submit to it legal commitments to comply with a set minimum wage for the private security guards. In the said notice, the authority threatened immediate cancellation of certificates of registration and subsequent deregistration of any private security firm that would not comply with the directive by close of business on Monday, 17th June 2024. Honorable Speaker, Section 70 of the Private Security Regulation Act 2016 requires a responsible CS to make regulations for the proper administration of and give effect to the Act, including matters of employment of security guards by operation of Article 95 of the Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It had gone off. So by operation of Article 95 of the Constitution, the purported legal notice not having been laid before Parliament in accordance with Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2023 is therefore void. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Leader of the Majority Party on the following. 1. Could the Leader of the Majority provide a report on the constitutionality of the legal notice number PSRA/002/2024 issued by the Private Security Regulatory Authority on 10th June 2024 on compliance with the minimum set wage? 2. Outline the steps that will be taken to revoke the legal notice by the Private Security Regulatory Authority if found illegally issued, and the measures put in place to ensure adherence with the relevant laws while exercising the said directive. 3. Provide details on the processes leading to the determination of the minimum wage and whether the process adheres to the due process contemplated in law. 4. Explain the powers and functions of the Private Security Regulatory Authority under Section 9Q of the Private Security Regulatory Authority Act 2026. Includes setting of the minimum wage for security guards without reference to the Ministry and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. 5. Clarify whether the powers vested in the authority under Section 32 contemplates non-compliance with minimum wage as a ground for cancellation of certificates of registration and or deregistration of private security firms. And 6. Explain the reasons for failure by the authority to submit regulations envisaged under Private Security Regulatory Authority Act 2016 to Parliament as required under the law, despite various efforts by the Committee on Delegated Legislation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Robert Mbui. I've been requested by two joyriders. Major Bashir. Where is he?
Yes, sir.
Are you a major or a colonel?
I'm a major.
Major Bashir.
And it's not easy to achieve the rank of a major. It's not just like going to an election and winning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the statement that has been read by Honorable Mbui. And the matter here is about regulating the private security industry. Honorable Speaker, sometimes last year, the PSRA, together with the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination, appeared before the Committee of Delegated Legislation, of which I'm a member. And we asked them to bring the regulations so that the committee can go through and either approve or annul. Sadly, the said regulations have never been brought to Parliament through the committee. What we are seeing now through gazette notices aimed at private security companies is a nullity in itself, because it is something which is not bound by law. Take, for example, the issue of minimum wage. It is not under the purview of the Private Security Regulatory Authority.
Make your point, Bashir. We don't have much
Thank you, time. On matters of minimum wage, it is the Labour Council that sets minimum wage. The work of the PSRA is to ensure that it implements and enforces the minimum wage as set by the labor law. It's not under their purview to set minimum wage. 2, there's a lot of despondency on the private security industry now, because every now and then, every 2 weeks, every month, they are getting new legal notices, which, in my understanding, and the understanding of our committee for that matter, is that it has not been approved by Parliament. So the regulations out there is null and void. And I wish that the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination should ensure that they abide by the rule of law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Osoro, make your point in 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support Honorable Mbui's statements on the conduct and the directions given by the PSRA in regard to the private security firms raising the minimum wage of the security officers to 30,000. Honorable Speaker, the era of people or authorities making unilateral statements or directions is long gone. One can't wake up one morning and do letters, spread them across all the security firms and tell them, by this particular date, you must pay your soldiers, or rather the security officers, 30,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, the security firms operate under contractual agreements with their clients. And there is no single contract, Honorable Speaker, except a few selected, where, in fact, even the government entities, Honorable Speaker, the set amount that they pay security firms per security officer is about 21,000 or 25,000. So, Honorable Speaker, a CEO of PSRA cannot wake up one morning and direct security firms that by force, on this particular day, make sure you pay your security officers 30,000. That is an illegality, Honorable Speaker. You cannot bypass this house, the house that makes laws. You wake up one morning, bypass this house, you ignore the subsidiary legislation process, and decide the rule is this way. Honorable Speaker, we support Honorable Mbui's statement.
Thank you. Tongoyo, 1 minute. You are the chairman of security. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to really also comment on the issue being raised by my colleagues on the proposed increase of wage bill, minimum wage by the PISRA. Honorable Speaker, as much as it's true we agree with the concern raised by members, the issue of minimum wage is still also ongoing discussions. Honorable Speaker, it's good to agree that some of the firms, big firms like Equity, like actually some of the big institutions, pay as less as even 10,000, Honorable Speaker. So we had a proposal that we had actually proposed to the institution to adopt, whereby they are going to form categorization and give different classifications and different certificates, so that the institutions that, of course, they are big like G4S, who can able to afford the 30,000, they are given a different certificate, and they are, of course, you'll be able to be given a certificate and a classification depending on your capacity, just like the way NCAA does. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a very valid discussion, but I think it's something that we should be able really to appreciate, that majority of these institutions actually pays extremely too low when themselves are actually earning more. So I think the point to look at it is that we are going to have the regulatory authority give different certificate, different classes, so that the big companies who actually able to have the capacity should be able to pay the minimum. Those in the villages, like those who got the primary schools and small institutions, can able to pay the minimum that they can able to afford.
Thank you. Majority Leader, this statement was directed at you. You also have your Thursday statement. We have only 9 minutes to start the next business.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank the Honorable Robert for that statement. And indeed, it has been a concern to many people who have also reached out to me who are running security firms. And I want to commit that I will get in touch with the ministry and give a response in the course of next week, by Thursday next week, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you indulge me now to go to the usual Thursday statement, as you said, in the interest of time. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Thursday, 11th June 2024, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as you had previously communicated, today, Thursday, 13th June 2024, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, EGH, will make a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the financial year 2024-2025 and the medium term. I urge members to listen keenly and actively participate in this important business when the opportunity for debate on the matters raised comes up in the House, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it will also be important to mention it to members of the public that this is not the Finance Bill 2024-2025, because there has been a misconception outside there that what the CES National Treasury is coming to spell out today is the Finance Bill 24-25. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it will be important for members of the public to get the understanding that these are just the revenue-raising measure statement, not the Finance Bill. I know many of these members have been harassed by members of the public on matters touching on voting. There will be no voting today, Honorable Speaker, on anything. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages. One, committee of the whole House on the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill of 2022. Two, the second reading of the following bills: the Land Laws Amendment Bill, Bill number 2 of 2023. Two, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 29 of 2023. And C, the Magbeans Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions. One, report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. Two, report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. Three, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of specified
nä wega må no makä nä gå thiä na mbere gå twarana hamwe na ithuä mbica icio å rona nä cio ä mwe kwa ä mwe kuma ciikaro-inä cia mbunge ya bå rå ri kå rä a mä hang'o ya itiganä te ä rathiä na mbere kana mä taratara itiganä te ä rathiä na mbere mbere ya minista wa kä gä na Professor Njuguna Ndung'u ahetwo kana oete mwaro nä getha akorwo agä temania bajeti ya mwaka wa kigina ya 2024 na 2025 uria uraria kwa ihinda riri ni mutongoria wa areingi bunge-ini ya bururi Kimani Ichung'wa na ndiramenya mundu gwitwo Isaiah heno ndu Kimani Ichung'wa akorwo akigweta ni ta andu matarataukwo wega uhoro wigie bajeti iria Professor Njuguna Ndung'u egukorwo agithoma na uhoro wigie finance bill ya mwaka wa 2022 kana mendekithia ma watho wa kigina. Hihi kuringana nawe andu aria ukoretwo ukiaraniria nao muingi hena conflict oyo the hena kindu kirariana kia muingi gukorwo itegutaukwo ndeto eno?
Kuringana ni the member of parliament I have created distraction maenda gutua andu matioi hana ikio marehe issues ile matwe andu matiramenya because a common mwananchi ni amenya budget niki na finance bill niki na amenya budget ino ri yahitukie go finance bill. No, so what they are trying to do is they are trying to shy off to ni moretie ciuria makagere mogocokia ku magaye kuonia andu ati mwananchi arero uria gutagireire which mwananchi arero uria kwagireire no maenda kuonia mwananchi uria wiritwo tiguo kwina ndungi tofauti kana we niona handu ngi tofauti apart from budget na finance bill.
Thengi muno Isaiah ndererwo tucoke mwena ucio na njira nguhi muno mundu gwitwo Zack kiugo kia mwisho tukirikiriria na njira nguhi muno nigetha tucoke mwena ucio.
Ngwendaga kumera kana kwira mutwiroreria atiriri uria Njuguna Ndung'u arathi gwika umuthi bunge ni kuga ndirenda mbeca ici nigetha ndute wira uyu na mbeca ici nguciruta hana koguo ni related na finance bill iria ikavotirwo next week nigetha tuike finance act.
Isaiah na njira nguhi muno tukirikiriria kiugo kia mwisho
ni gwira Wanjiko kana hustlers kana taxpayer you are on your own. You are on your own because hadu tona mundu athi gutetera na ma gutetera ni anini no abunge itu ne gomera they will be guilty meka uria matagirwo gwika na they will be judged harshly na niguo marerwo again and again the ground is watching.
Thengiũ mũno makĩria Isaya. Thengiũ mũno makĩria Isaya na mũndũ gwitwo Zack nĩ gũkorwo hamwe na ithuĩ. Kwa ihinda rĩrĩ nĩ tũgũkorwo tũgĩthiĩ ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe tũcoke mwena ũcio tũthikĩrĩrie marĩa marathiĩ na mbere ya Minister wa Kĩgĩna Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u owete kanya nĩgetha akorwo akĩneana riboti ya budget ya mwaka wa kĩgĩna ya 2024 2025.
And the commissioners have been displaced.
Wind up. Karemba, you will go and sit where you normally sit. Finish up, Majority Leader.
Now that, Honorable Speaker, I can transact some peace. 4 was questioned by private notice number 08 of 2024 by the member for Lugari, Honorable Nabwere Nabi MP, regarding the status of the investigation into the circumstances that led to the death of 2 brothers, Mr. Bonaventure Ounza and Mr. Kalistas Apuoka, by the policemen based in Santo Police Station. 5 is question number 11 of 2024 by the member for Moyale, Honorable Professor Jaldesa Guyo MP, regarding the status of the investigation into the circumstances surrounding the shooting of Ms. Kabale Galgalo Guyo around Kangemi Mosque compound. 6, questioned by private notice by number 012 of 2024 by the member for Lamu, Honorable Monica Mudhoni MP, regarding the recurring conflict between herders and farmers in Ungu village of Hindi Ward, Witu and Mkunumbi wards in Lamu County. 7, question number 271 of 2023 by the member for Laisamis, Honorable Joseph Lekuton MP, regarding birth and death registration offices in Laisamis and Loyangalani sub-counties. 8, question number 02 of 2024 by the member for Matungu, Honorable Oscar Peter Navulindo MP, regarding the surge in cases of livestock theft in the Western region and in particular Matungu constituency. 9, question number 03 of 2024 by member for Kinango, Honorable Gonzi Rai MP, regarding the deployment of the contingent of GSU officers to Kazamoyo village in Kwale County. Question number 05 of 2024 by the member for Bahati, Honorable Irene Joki MP, regarding the replacement of the vehicle with registration plate number GKB340J assigned to the Deputy County Commissioner for Nakuru North Sub-County. Question number 37 of 2024 by the member for Isiolo South, Honorable Tubi Bidu MP, regarding the issuance of identification cards to residents of northeastern and bordering regions. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. 11 is question number 45 of 2024 by the member for Fafi, Honorable Yakub Farah MP, regarding actions taken by the government to enhance security in Fafi constituency. 13, question number 48 of 2024 by the member for Emuhaya, Honorable Omboko Milemba MP, regarding the intimidation and unfair labor practices against non-local teachers in Mandera County and the broader northeastern region. 14 is question number 050 of 2024 by the member for Kilome, Honorable Thadia Zambia MP, regarding the gazettement of Nzai sub-location in Makueni constituency. 15 is question number 123 of 2024 by the member for Yata, Honorable Robert Basil MP, regarding the omission of Yata sub-county administrative units from Gazette notice number 1766. Lastly is question number 124 of 2024 by the member for Kiambu, Honorable Mashua Waithaka MP, regarding delay in issuance of national identification cards within Kiambu constituency. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 18th June 2024 to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rahab Mukami, you have a statement which I will defer to Tuesday. Hold your horses to Tuesday. I've said I've deferred to Tuesday, so I'll give you an opportunity on Tuesday. Yes, Wangari, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not usual to comment after the usual statement by the Leader of Majority, but indulge me, Chair, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of private notice questions. They are supposed to have been answered within a week. Some of these issues, like the case of the girl who was killed in Gilgil, it was last year, September 12th, Mr. Speaker. You ask a question on private notice, months later, it is not responded to. what are we going to do as a House to deal with that issue of private member notice questions? Because they are taking too long, we are not getting justice and getting answers at the right time. I think it's an issue that has concerned many members, Mr. Speaker, that maybe you should give guidance to the House.
I'll give you guidance next week. Honorable members, order, Honorable Ruku. Order. Honorable Ruku, I have received 2 statements. One from the women rep from Lamu, denouncing and renouncing Muguka. Another one from you, praising Muguka as a valuable resource mobilizer and crop from your region. Right? The 2 statements are with me. I'll give you time next week if you want to bring them to the House so that you can present them. But if you want to use a statement you have given to the Speaker to pick it on the floor of the House, I will not allow you. I will not allow you. So I can see the distinguished members from Embu County and lawfully occupying seats that don't belong to you. You can see those are designated seats. And I just hope that you are sitting here innocently with no intention of breaching the standing orders or causing any disaffection in the House. If you do so, you will be offending the feelings of many people. We know Muguka is a very, very contentious issue. Like I've told you, the statement from the women rep of Lam is as strong as your statement. There are 2 competing issues. Hold your horses. I'll give you an appropriate time to prosecute your case. On behalf of the members, can you say something?
No. You will not say anything. If I give you time to say something, Lam will also want to say something. And I don't want to dilute the importance of this day in this Parliament. Call the next order. Honorable members will put questions on the matters that are pending. Then we go to the next issue.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023, question to be put and 3rd reading.
Order, honorable members. At order number 8, I now put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The move of the bill. Honorable Ndindi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill, that is Senate Bill number 30 of 2023, be now read at that time. And before I call the second Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all members who ably debated this matter and for the House for passing Kenya shillings, 7.4 billion Kenya shillings that will be going into the Equalization Fund. Honorable Speaker, it is also important for members to know that we have also budgeted for the arrears in the previous years that were never disbursed, especially because of the standoff in terms of regulations. And therefore, we'll be passing over Kenya shilling 7.4 billion to the counties and to the areas that should be boosted. But also, Honorable Speaker, we have also included part of the areas of the Equalization Fund because we want Kenya to develop together, because when every part of Kenya develops, Kenya ultimately develops. And Honorable Speaker, these are monies that will be going into infrastructure like roads, like water, and other facilities, Honorable Speaker, like in the education sector, because we want these areas that have been marginalized for too long, Honorable Speaker, for them also to catch up so that Kenya develops together. And I want to thank all members, Honorable Speaker, because we have consistently been appropriating monies into the Equalization Fund, and will continue to do so, Honorable Speaker, as it is provided in the Constitution.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I now request the member for Dadaab, the Honorable Farah Marim, to second.
What is out of order? What is out of order, Honourable Member? You have the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for the better part of this year, I've been unwell. I've not been attending sessions. Yesterday, when I was seeing the list of the constituencies that have been allocated the Equalization Fund, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Kilifi South was missing. And trying to look at all the other constituencies, I could not understand.
Order, Honorable Chonga.
Mr. Speaker, I just...
Order. Take your seat. Order, Honorable Chonga. The Speaker does not allocate equalization funds. I'm sure you know where to find the answers. Farah Malim, second.
Honorable Speaker, while seconding this motion, it's important, Mr. Speaker, we were in this Parliament together in the 10th Parliament when, under the new constitutional dispensation, something called the Equalization Fund was created. And the idea was that the traditional, historically marginalized areas can be brought up to speed with the rest of the country. More so in light of what we had before, which was called the Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965, which essentially cut off the so-called buffer zones of the North and the former NFD from development. Mr. Speaker, we had 14...
Order. Honorable
I just want to second that, but I'm seconding.
You are making an important point at the wrong forum.
Yes. I just want to make an observation. I've already seconded it. But
those are matters that
in line with exactly, in line with what the chair has done. The chair has elaborated essentially on why he thinks this should be passed. I am also elaborating on that, but putting a rider in that this now has been watered down to 34 constituent counties. So I support it. And I'm happy that the chair of the committee has done a lot of efforts to make sure this money is disbursed. But how much infrastructural development will 90 million do for Garissa in terms of tarmac roads, in terms of national grid, in terms of all those things? Equalization, the word equalization means bring them up to speed. But having said that, I know that we have a minority here, but I second it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order. I now propose the question. Honorable Chonga, the allocation of Equalization Fund is done by the CRA. Then, order, Honorable Farah. We are the ones who drafted the Constitution 2010. The areas that were identified were subsequently expanded by CRA and approved by Parliament. I now propose the question, which is that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, be now read a third time. And I put the question. I now put the question, and I confirm that we have the requisite quorum, which is that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, be now read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service for the year ending 30th June 2024 to appropriate the sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, report on the consideration of the consolidated fund services expenditures for the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2023-2024 and the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Order. Chief Whip, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund services for the supplementary estimates 2 for year 2023-24 and the budget estimates for year 24-25 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 4th June 2024. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Orders 25A and 244C, I will now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2024-25 and the medium term. In accordance with the standing orders, I have also designated a suitable place in the chamber for the purpose. Honorable members, as I invite the Cabinet Secretary, I hasten to remind the House of the nature of today's event. First, the House will not make any decision on the pronouncement by the Cabinet Secretary. This is largely a ceremonial event. Members may wish to note that the House is still in the supply period, which commences with the consideration of the budget estimates and concludes with the enactment of an appropriation act. At present, the House has only considered and approved the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25. As you are aware, the Appropriation Bill 2024 and the Finance Bill 2024, that is, the ways and means proposed to support the appropriations made by the House, will be considered at a later stage. Secondly, Order Kagombe. There was a lot of peace in the House yesterday. But you are welcome back to the House. Secondly, honorable members, I wish to allay the fears of a number of members who have approached me and raised concerns relating to the Finance Bill 2024. The House is not considering or voting on anything related to the Finance Bill today. Indeed, the bill is still undergoing public participation before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, and the committee is yet to table its report. Any concerns relating to the bill shall be adequately addressed by the House once the committee tables its report, hopefully in the next week. Thirdly, as stated earlier, the Cabinet Secretary is discharging a largely ceremonial function. Section 40 of the Public Finance Management 2012 requires the Cabinet Secretary to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government, taking into account international obligations entered into under the East African Community Treaty. As members are aware, partner states of the East African Community have a standing agreement to present and table budget statements to their respective parliaments every second Thursday of June, which is today. I hope the foregoing adequately clarifies the nature of today's event. And before I call the Cabinet Secretary, I wish to welcome our invited guests who comprise Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, members of the diplomatic corps, and all other invited guests seated in the Speaker's row diplomatic boxes and the galleries. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, PhD, EGH, you may now proceed to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to present to honorable members of this august House and the people of Kenya the second budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense. This budget strategies for achieving the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is progressively improving the livelihoods of Kenyans. This statement is presented in the fulfillment of the requirements of Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly and Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 that requires that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and the revenue-raising measures for the national government. Mr. Speaker, since 2020, our economy has been unwinding from the effects of negative and even persistent global and domestic shocks that have pushed the economy to its lowest activity level. These shocks include the COVID-19 pandemic, second, the global supply chain disruptions, third, the effects of climate change from prolonged drought in 2021 and 2022, and even the floods of 2023-2024. And measures to mitigate these negative shocks embarked on structural reforms under the bottom-up economic transformation have been successful in ameliorating these effects. The efforts have reduced the cost of living and created vibrancy in the economy that have shown signs of strong economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, in several regions, Kenya has sunk into abject poverty, largely because markets in their segments were interfered with or not properly governed. The failure to protect and regulate markets disrupted their development and, more importantly, curtailed further investment in those sectors such as coffee, sugar, cotton, pyrethrum. The institutional failure problem pushed policy to fail. In this context, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda interventions at the bottom of the pyramid are targeted to ensure that the markets are properly governed to work for everybody, and especially the poor. Mr. Speaker, for Kenya to transition from the middle-income status of the economy to an upper middle-income status as envisioned in the Kenya Vision 2030, two driving factors are important. That is, we must develop our human capital capability, and we have to increase production and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan economy is susceptible to the ravaging impact of climate change, as demonstrated in the 2021-22 severest drought, which was more severe, which we haven't seen in the last 40 years, and the events of floods that have led to massive loss of property and life. The most important thing is that these shocks have shifted budgetary resources from economic activity to saving lives and rebuilding damaged infrastructure. And this calls for urgent and decisive interventions, especially to our supply side, which I will later address in this statement. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal policy is geared towards supporting bottom-up economic transformation agenda through continued implementation of a fiscal consolidation plan designed towards slowing down the growth of public debt without compromising economic growth. The fiscal consolidation efforts will continue to target domestic revenue mobilization and rationalization of spending through improved public financial management while reallocating resources in priority areas. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget process, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on how to address the economic challenges facing the country. Kenyans responded to our call and requested the government to address, through this budget, first, the devastating effects of the ongoing floods; second, taxation concerns and cost of living; third, the level of unemployment; fourth, protection of the poor and the vulnerable; fifth, reduction of wastage in public expenditures at the national and county governments level. Today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Kenyans that we have listened to their concerns and we have spelled out measures to address through this budget. In this regard, the budget highlights and even the government's plan to strengthen the resilience of our economy to navigate the global turbulence, accelerate economic transformation, and decisively address the overarching developmental challenges in line with better bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is in this context we have chosen the theme of this year's budget as sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, fiscal consolidation, and investing in climate change mitigation and adaptation for improved livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege and honor to present the economic policy context of this budget. Thereafter, I will broadly outline the policy priorities and structural reforms underpinning the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The proposed resource allocation as well as revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2024-2025 budget are going to be summarized. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that we have one major problem that has three phases. This problem is as follows. There is increased demands for increased spending or expenditures from the government. That means that either we have to finance that through taxes or debt. The second dimension of this problem is that there is limitation and even constraints imposed in terms of public debt accumulation and even the debt carrying capacity of the economy. Third, and more fundamentally, there are limitations in terms of mobilizing higher tax revenues, something that we have to remember, something that is quite critical from our side. Let me turn now to the economic policy context. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2024-2025 budget has been developed against a backdrop of improved global economic outlook. The world economy stood at 3.2% in terms of growth in 2023 and is projected to continue at the same pace in 2024. In the domestic economy, Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan economy is now unwinding from layers of negative and persistent shocks, and some of these shocks have actually have been protected and have a structural and permanent effects on the economic activities. Mr. Speaker, through forecast interventions as well as structural reforms, the policies of Kenya Kwanza government have started to yield some positive results. Economic recovery is evident, with a GDP growth of 5.6% in 2023, up from 4.9% in 2022. This is above the global average and also above the average of sub-Saharan African region. The domestic growth in 2023 was mainly supported by a rebound in agricultural activities given the improved weather conditions and subsidized inputs for farmers. The resilience of the services sector remained strong in that same year. So the overall inflation also declined to its target level at 5%, and in April 2024 from a peak of 9.6% in October 2022. The decline was driven mostly by easing of food and energy prices, a strong pass-through effects from exchange rate appreciation, and the impact of monetary policy actions. And the tight monetary policy has been complemented by fiscal policy measures to enhance food production through subsidy program on fertilizer and seeds. Mr. Speaker, in February this year, the government took advantage of the improved international financial market conditions to refinance the buyback of US $1.5 billion of the Eurobond 2024. The government, through this process successfully removed the uncertainty of the settlement of the Eurobond. The government also successfully issued an 8.5-year infrastructure bond that attracted significant foreign investors, making it the most successful domestic bond issuance in the country's history. Mr. Speaker, these two operations in February significantly improved the market perception, together with a tight monetary policy stance and significant reforms in the interbank foreign exchange market. It has brought stability in the foreign exchange market. As of 31st May 2024, the exchange rate was Kenya shillings 130.20 to the US dollar, from a high of 163 earlier on in January. And this represents a significant appreciation of 18.7%. The appreciation and stability of the exchange rate created confidence and triggered inflows of foreign exchange foreign direct investment, and attracted investors to the Nairobi Securities Exchange. In order to enhance monetary policy transmission, the Central Bank of Kenya has adopted a new monetary policy implementation framework, and this is based on inflation targeting and introduces an interest rate corridor around the central bank rate. The interbank rate is expected to be within this corridor. In addition, the Central Bank of Kenya launched the DAO CSD, a central securities depository infrastructure that delivers world-class level of registry, custodial, and even settlement services for both primary and secondary market operations. Mr. Speaker, I wish to encourage Kenyans and investors to take advantage of the DAO CSD to invest in risk-free treasury bills and bonds in order to grow their wealth and secure their financial future. We have simplified the DAO CSD, and investors can simply use the USSD *866# to log in and invest a retail bond for amounts as low as 600 shillings. This also will be launched to make investment of government securities all inclusive and include the bottom of the pyramid. Mr. Speaker, the strong economic fundamentals, together with the renewed investor confidence, is a signal for accelerated, broad economic growth and creation of jobs for our youth. In 2023, the total new jobs generated in the economy increased from 848,200 jobs compared to 816,600 new jobs generated in 2022. And this is attributable to policies implemented, especially when you focus on affordable housing and the agricultural sector interventions. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, and considering the ongoing reforms and even additional measures the government is introducing through the budget statement, we project our economy to grow at 5.5% in 2024 and 2025. This strong growth will be supported by ongoing interventions at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In this regard, the government will accelerate investment in human capital development and capital accumulation, in market development, protection and regulation, in domestic resource mobilization, in reforming and restructuring government institutions, and finally, and more important, digitization to usher an era of efficiency in economic management to support economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, in order to safeguard macroeconomic stability and protect the fragile economic recovery, monetary and fiscal policies will remain very prudent. The Central Bank of Kenya will ensure inflation rate remains within target while maintaining a competitive exchange rate and stable interest rates. The Central Bank is further expected to safeguard the improvements in the functioning of the interbank foreign exchange market and apply all its instruments to strengthen the monetary policy transmission mechanism. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, fiscal policy stance over the medium term aims at supporting the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda by delivering a strong fiscal consolidation with fiscal deficit declining from 3.3% of GDP in financial year 2024-2025 from a high of 5.7% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024. This will improve the primary surplus to 2.3% of GDP in the financial year 2023-2025 from a primary deficit of 0.4% in the previous year. I will later in this statement elaborate on policy measures to deliver the strong fiscal consolidation. Mr. Speaker, this economic outlook is not without risks. We continue to witness external shocks and recurrence of extreme weather events that not only affect the economic activities, but also pose major fiscal risks. The government will take appropriate interventions to cushion the economy from these risks. Mr. Speaker, let me now expound on the policy priorities of the government to promote economic transformation and improve livelihoods for Kenyans. First, let me start with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To strengthen economic recovery, the government will accelerate the implementation of policies, programs, projects, and interventions in bottom-up economic transformation agenda. First, enhance agricultural transformation. Second, support micro, small, and medium enterprises. Third, provide affordable housing and settlement. Fourth, achieve universal health care. Fifth, support growth of the digital superhighway and creative economy that will support job creation. Towards actualizing these objectives, actualizing development objectives to the public, the government in March 2024 launched the fourth medium-term plan for the period of 2023-2027. The MTP4, as we call it, translates the better aspirations into concrete priority interventions to be implemented by both levels of government. These are premised on the value chain approach with sectors which will target sectors with the highest impact to drive the economy and sustain economic recovery. The key priority interventions focus on the following value chain. First, leather and leather products, textile and apparel, dairy, the tea industry, rice sector, edible oils, the brew economy, and natural resources including mineral and forest, and finally the construction and building materials. The value chain approach ensures rational resource allocation by eliminating wastage of resources occasioned by duplication, overlap, fragmentation, and ineffective coordination in the implementation of the program and projects, while promoting a whole of government approach to service delivery. To create employment, special focus has been given to investment in special economic zones and county aggregation and industrial parks, diversification of export markets, and market access of goods and services from micro, small, and medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the government will also undertake the following targeted strategic interventions to support economic transformation. First, the government will continue to maintain macroeconomic stability to enhance security, to foster a secure and conducive business environment while protecting Kenyans and their properties. Second, the government will scale up development of critical infrastructure in the country such as roads, railway, air, seaports, energy, water, and reduce the cost of doing business and ease movement of people and goods as well as promote competitiveness. Third, the government will enhance investment in key sectors for broad-based sustainable growth by promoting agricultural transformation, growth in manufacturing, environmental conservation, and climate change mitigation, stimulating growth in tourism and sustainable land use. And all this in management will actually refocus ourselves in terms of how we can get moving in these subsectors. Fourth, the government will enhance human capital development through investment in health, education, and appropriate social safety nets for vulnerable groups, for vulnerable population, for improved social and economic outcomes. Fifth, the government will support the youth, women, and even persons living with disabilities through government-funded empowerment programs that leverage on partnership with private sector organizations. Sixth, the government will support county governments through transfer of shareable revenues to strengthen their systems and capacity in service delivery. Mr. Speaker, it's important to notice that it is for the first time since the advent of devolution that the county governments are getting shareable revenue, which is surpassing 400 billion shillings. Lastly, implement various policy and legal institutional reforms that will enhance the efficiency of public service delivery. Let me turn now to investing in climate change mitigation and adaptation to enhance resilience. Mr. Speaker, the effects of climate change have become detrimental to economies across the globe, with extreme weather conditions, events affecting lives and livelihoods of millions of people. The rising cost of adaptation are diverting funds from essential services like healthcare and education and potentially destabilizing the economies. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has not been spared by these negative effects of climate change. The recent unprecedented floods that our country faced following the prolonged drought in 2021-2022 claimed lives, caused injuries to many people, and wreaked havoc on property, infrastructure, and livelihoods. The government responded promptly and undertook short-term measures to mitigate the devastating impacts of the drought and floods. Going forward, we shall formulate and implement long-term climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies to generate strong resilience pathways. Mr. Speaker, our climate action agenda is informed by the need to restore our degraded ecosystem that include forests, rivers, and wetlands. It is for this reason that His Excellency the President has rallied Kenyans to prioritize environmental conservation, implement aggressive reforestation, afforestation, and wetland restoration programs, and reverse the biodiversity loss and even land degradation. In response to the President's call, the government has stepped up climate adaptation mitigation efforts, including green energy, smart agriculture, decarbonizing manufacturing, e-mobility, and green building, all aimed at the attainment of zero carbon by 2050. I therefore urge all Kenyans to support the government's response to the ecosystem restoration that aims to grow 15 billion trees nationwide by the year 2030. Let me turn to policy, legal, and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, while we have made progress as a nation, we remain alive to structural constraints that impede the pace of economic development. Aware that sustainable economic transformation is predicated on timely implementation of appropriate policy, legal and institutional reforms, I propose the following interventions that will improve the business environment, increase efficiency in public service delivery, and strengthen the accountability and transparency of public finance management. First, let me focus on public procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, in my last budget speech, I informed this House of the government's plan to fully automate public procurement and disposal processes by implementing an end-to-end e-government procurement system. Mr. Speaker, phase 1 of e-government procurement system has successfully undergone user acceptance testing and piloting in 12 selected MDAs and counties. This piloting will continue up to December 2024. The system comprises, among others, an e-marketplace, electronic marketplace, for the common use items where prices for various outlets are feasible, allowing intense competition in procurement of these common use items. Once the e-government procurement system is rolled out, all MDAs and executive offices of county governments will be required to fully transition to the system, while state agencies and corporations, county assemblies, and even county agencies will be onboarded in the second phase within the 2024-2025 fiscal year. The system will reduce cost of goods, works, and even services between 10 and 15%, maximize value for money, and increase the transparency of procurement. Second, let me turn to restraining growth of public sector wage bill. Mr. Speaker, the public sector wage bill continues to rise, leaving few resources for development. Public sector wage bill stood at 38.2% of the ratio as a ratio of total revenue in 2021. To contain the wage bill, the government implemented a wage freeze in the financial years 2021-22, 2022-23, in addition to eliminating and streamlining the number of allowances. Further actions planned in relation to containing the wage bill include: first, all MDAs and county governments should review and rationalize their staff establishment to ensure affordability, fiscal sustainability with the right composition and skill sets. Second, the government will roll out a unified human resource information system for the entire public sector starting from 1st July. The system consolidates human resource and payroll data in the public service for access through single warehouse. The system has been linked to the Kenya Revenue Authority iTax to facilitate filing of payee returns. This reform will eliminate the multiple manual and standalone payroll systems. Third, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will continue to streamline allowances paid in the public sector through harmonization and rationalization of categories, rates, rules for allowances. And fourth, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will progressively review allowances and benefits in the future, collective bargaining agreements, and align them to the provisions of allowances policy framework for the public service. Third, let me turn to state corporations reform. In order to address the challenges faced by state corporations, including government-owned enterprises, the government will first privatize government-owned enterprises whose mandates are no longer relevant, those that require huge budgetary allocations for bailouts, and those producing goods and services that are more efficiently produced by the private sector. Second, restructure the state corporations through mergers and or transfer back to parent ministries or relevant state corporations to remove duplication of functions, and enhance the efficiencies and synergies in operations so as to optimize use of limited resources. And ensure state corporations are self-sustaining, generate additional revenue to the exchequer, and also ensure quality service delivery to Kenyans. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to implement policy changes to ensure government-owned enterprises realize their full potential. You will note that in 2023, the cabinet approved the ownership policy for the government-owned enterprises. And this is a key governance reform framework. Mr. Speaker, to anchor the policy in law and to give effect to its operationalization, a draft Government-Owned Enterprise Bill 2024 has been finalized and is undergoing public participation. Once the process is completed and an approval granted by Cabinet, the bill will be submitted to this august House for consideration, and I'm seeking support from this House for approval of the bill. Mr. Speaker, we have also prepared a draft Government Investment Regulations 2024 to provide a framework for efficient and effective management of government investment. The draft regulations will be taken through public participation before submission to this House for consideration and, if possible, approval. Fourth, let me turn to pending bills. Mr. Speaker, in the last budget statement, I informed this House that the government plans to establish a pending bills verification committee to carry out a thorough analysis of all stock of pending bills for the period 1st July 2005 to 30th June 2022 and formulate measures to stop accumulation of pending bills going forward. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware now, His Excellency the President inaugurated the pending bills verification committee in November 2023. The committee received a total of 94,997 pending bills claims valued at Kenya shillings 662.3 billion. Analysis of the pending bill claims submitted by MDAs is ongoing. The general public has been given an opportunity to submit any pending bill claims owed by the national government. The committee is expected to complete its work and submit a report by October 2024 for implementation within the fiscal framework. Fifth, the national assets and inventory management reforms. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury has initiated reforms geared towards automating assets and inventory management in MDAs as well as county governments. In this regard, the National Treasury will operationalize the assets and inventory management modules of IFMIS, with the module of all MDAs scheduled to launch and go live in July 2024. The rollout of county governments will commence thereafter. These reforms will enable the accounting officers to have visibility of all assets and inventory under their control and facilitate optimal assets utilization. Sixth, let me turn to financial sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya banking sector remains stable, resilient, and continues to play its role in mobilizing funds and channeling them to deserving productive economic sectors and activities. The banking sector remained profitable with a growth of assets of 0.3%. It is now standing at 7.74 trillion in February 2024. Credit from commercial banks to the private sector stood at around 6.9% in terms of growth in April 2024 and has benefited key sectors of the economy. The Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the HASRA Fund, and the de-risking of lending to the MSMEs through the Credit Guarantee Scheme have facilitated additional lending to the MSME sector. Mr. Speaker, to position the banking sector to effectively play its role in Kenya's socio-economic transformation, 3 recent reforms have been implemented. First, the licensing and oversight of digital credit providers to address inherent challenges, including the high cost of credit, unethical debt collection, inadequate disclosures and lack of transparency, breach of data privacy, and abuse of personal information. As at the end of March 2024, 51 digital credit providers have been licensed. Secondly, on climate change, the CBK in April 2024 issued draft Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy for public participation that will serve as a tool to classify whether particular economic activities are green or environmentally sustainable and serve as a guide for banking sector and other market participants in making informed investment decisions or financing decisions. Third, to eliminate money laundering and vulnerability in the banking sector, the CBK has revised the anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism and proliferation of financing, and a supervisory framework has been implemented so that the risk-based supervision is enacted, undertaking institutional and sectoral risk assessment and enhancing staff complement capacity for supervision. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya banking sector is exposed to dynamic global, regional, and even local developments, necessitating reforms in this respect. The following reforms are proposed. First, the Central Bank of Kenya intends to progressively increase the minimum core capital for banks from the current 1 billion to Kenya shillings 10 billion. The CBK will engage the market for an appropriate timetable to achieve this goal. This is intended to strengthen the resilience and increase the bank's capacity to finance large-scale projects while creating sufficient capital buffer to absorb and withstand shocks posed by continuous emerging risks associated with adoption of technology and innovation as institutions expand. Second, the central bank plans to amend the Banking Act to provide for stiff dissuasive penalties that are proportionate to the violations committed, support a strong compliance culture in banks, and also make sure that it aligns to international best practice. Let me turn to capital markets developments. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance price discovery and boost income for coffee farmers, the Capital Markets Authority has licensed 14 coffee brokers, and so far 29 auctions have been conducted under the Capital Markets Coffee Exchange Regulations 2020 at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange. In addition, the authority has approved the direct settlement system, which has been operationalized by one of the local commercial banks. Let me turn to pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, majority of Kenyans remain uncovered with the retirement benefits coverage at stands at about 26%. We need to address this challenge. The Cabinet has approved the National Retirement Benefits Policy in November 2023 that requires all entities to enroll all the employees, both contractual and permanent, and pensionable for registered retirement benefits scheme. To effectively implement the policy, we have initiated the review and harmonization of all the laws governing the retirement benefits sector. Mr. Speaker, to ensure sustainability of the public service pension system, we are revamping the public service pension administration through digitization and re-engineering of the pension management system, which is expected to be completed by December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the informal sector has about 17 million workers, and that accounts for about 83% of the total workforce in the country. This segment has remained excluded from the pension coverage, mainly due to its unique and heterogeneous needs. The National Treasury has established the Kenya National Entrepreneur Saving Trust, KNEST, to handle pensions from the informal sector and anchor the savings component of the hustler fund while providing a channel for voluntary savings. Let me turn to insurance reforms. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the growth of the insurance sector, the government developed a national insurance policy. This policy is guided by the review of the Insurance Act, which has served its purpose, albeit with progressive amendments, for the last 30 years. The Insurance Professionals Bill 2024, currently under consideration by this august House, will also strengthen the standards of practice in insurance and improve stability and performance of the insurance companies. I now turn to the fiscal framework, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's fiscal policy is to enhance fiscal consolidation efforts to reduce debt vulnerabilities and rebuild fiscal buffers amid significant global and even domestic challenges. These external and domestic shocks that Kenya has experienced serve as a reminder of the importance of fiscal buffers. Mr. Speaker, the focus of our fiscal policy thus remains to reduce the deficit from 5.7% of GDP in the current financial year to 3.3% in the financial year 2024-2025. We're going to do this through various means. First, domestic resource mobilization. Mr. Speaker, implementation of government's plan for rapid and inclusive socio-economic transformation largely depends on robust revenue growth rate. Indeed, despite significant government investment in reforming the tax structure, the tax to GDP is estimated at 11.5% of GDP as of 2022-2023, against an estimated potential of 25% of GDP. And this is also the convergence criteria in the East African community countries. We therefore urgently need to address the challenges that negatively affect our revenue collection, some of these challenges include: first, there is an existence of hard-to-tax sectors. The economy is dominated by a large informal sector that is mostly outside the current tax instrument, leaving the country to rely on a narrow tax base, and it is time to reverse this trend. Second, proliferation of tax expenditures over the years. Tax expenditures are estimated right now at 2.9% of GDP if you consider the 2022 data. That it has major erosion to the tax base. Third, low tax compliance largely attributed to factors such as the technical and complex nature of our tax laws and procedures, taxpayer apathy due to perceived inefficient use of tax revenues, high compliance costs, and inadequate taxpayer education. Fourth, there are difficulties in taxing emerging digital economy. The tax system is not fully equipped to deal with the emerging business models that leverage on the digital technology. Finally, Mr. Speaker, inadequate modern technology equipment for use at every stage or exit border points, misdeclaration and even misclassification of goods, inadequate customs border posts, infiltration of counterfeits, smuggling, and diversion of goods. Mr. Speaker, in order to address these challenges and enhance the revenue mobilization, we shall implement a combination of tax policy and administrative reforms. The reforms are premised on the need to ensure that taxes are more supportive to economic activity. They do not distort the market and have a predictable tax structure. The reforms include, first, implementation of tax policy and administration measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024. Second, implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy to expand the tax base to 20% of GDP over the medium term. Third, to strengthen the tax administration for enhanced compliance through leveraging on technology to revolutionize tax processes, sealing revenue loopholes, and enhancing the efficiency of tax system. And finally, we're focusing on unlocking additional non-tax revenue potential by MDAs through the services they offer to the public. Let me turn to improving the efficiency of public expenditure. Mr. Speaker, turning to expenditures, we should ensure that our scarce resources are used in the most efficient and effective way. Mr. Speaker, in order to move towards a balanced budget and further improve efficiency in public spending, the following bold actions and reforms have been outlined in the financial year 2024-2025. First, rationalization of transfers to SAGAs by at least 30% from the financial year 2023-2024 approved budget, in line with the overall austerity measures cutting across all ministries, departments, and agencies. Second, curtailing spending on the following expenditure items: foreign travels, rationalization of all training expenses across government, and restricting all training to within government institutions, rationalizing all allocations for purchases of motor vehicles, and suspending purchases of furniture for a period of 1 year, and suspending all refurbishment and partitioning of government offices. Third, the expenditure control measures that include suspension of all new recruitment in the public sector for 1 year, for the next 1 year, audit and cleanse all public payrolls, pension, and transfers to the vulnerable, with a view to eliminate ghost workers as well as enforce payments of salary scales and that are approved as recommended by SRC, and consolidation of public procurement for common user items. Fourth, minimizing government expenditure but by leveraging on technology, and this will entail use of Wi-Fi emails for efficient communication. 5, reviewing the insurance schemes, especially looking at EDU, AFIA, indigence, public service, police, and prison commissions and independent offices under the universal health coverage, and align them to the Social Health Insurance Fund. The Social Health Insurance Fund now will be important because it will afford all Kenyans a universal health care with more benefits. 6, suspending the policy of SAGAs investing surplus funds and enforce the requirement of PFM Act 2012 and the PFM Regulations 2015 to surrender such funds to the Exchequer. And finally, reviewing the regional development authorities to remove duplication of laws within those county governments and MDAs. Since the beginning of this financial year, the government has also implemented initiatives to contain the growth of expenditures. First, the government has undertaken measures to reduce spending to non-priority expenditures. Second, the public-private partnership framework targets commercially viable projects, but also considers the contingent liabilities that come under this framework. And third, we are reviewing the portfolio of externally funded projects with a view to restructuring and realigning them with bottom-up economic transformation agenda. All these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, will help lower the expenditures. I now turn to revenue measures, revenue projections. Mr. Speaker, with the policy measures and structural reforms highlighted above, we project total revenue corrections, including appropriations in aid for the financial year 2024-2025 budget to be Kenya shillings 3,343.2 billion, equivalent to 18.5% of GDP. Of these, ordinary revenue is projected to be Kenya shillings 2,917.2 billion, equivalent to 16.2% of GDP. Ministerial appropriations in aid is projected to be 426 billion shillings. Grants to this budget are provided at Kenya shillings 51.8 billion, which is 0.3% of GDP. Expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2024-2025 budget is projected at Kenya shillings 3,992 billion, or 22.1% of GDP. Of this, the recurrent expenditure will amount to Kenya shillings 2,840 billion, or 15.7% of GDP. The development expenditures, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and even equalization fund, is Kenya shillings 707.4 billion, equivalent to 3.9% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at Kenya shillings 444.5 billion, of which equitable share is 400.1 billion. Fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, given the projected revenue grants against the projected expenditures, the fiscal deficit including grants is projected at 597 billion, equivalent to 3.3% of GDP, and this is down from Kenya shillings 925 billion, or 5.7% of GDP in 2023-2024. In this respect, the primary balance will improve to a surplus of 2.3% of GDP from a deficit of 0.4% of GDP in the current financial year. The fiscal deficit for 2024-2025 will be financed by net external borrowing of 333.8 billion, equivalent to 1.8% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 263.2 billion, which is equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, Kenya meets its obligations promptly, and no debt arrears have been accumulated. Public debt is projected to remain within sustainable levels on account of fiscal consolidation path that reflects the decline in the ratio of debt to GDP in present value terms over the medium term. To improve Kenya's debt sustainability and boost our credit rating position, the government will continue to implement measures to enhance growth of foreign exchange earnings. Our medium-term debt management strategy aims at lowering the cost and risks in the debt portfolio. In this regard, the government will slow down uptake of new external commercial debt and undertake liability management operations through debt swaps and other innovative solutions. The government will also diversify sources of financing through issuance of Panda bond, Samurai bond, and Skook in diverse financial markets in China, Japan, and the Gulf regions respectively. The government will maximize use of concessional financing from bilateral and multilateral institutions to improve the debt sustainability and boost our credit rating. Let me turn to public-private partnership framework, Mr. Speaker. Due to the limited fiscal space, the government will continue to scale up the use of public-private partnership financing for commercially viable projects. Currently, there are 37 projects at various stages of PPP project cycle. In order to enhance viability of PPP projects, I will soon be proposing amendments to the PFM Act 2012 to speed up the process of financial close, as well as ensure that the related fiscal cost and contingent liabilities are within acceptable levels. Let me turn to public investment management. Mr. Speaker, in order to increase efficiency and effectiveness of public spending, the government will continue to implement public investment management regulations at the national government and commence a rollout of county governments. The regulations are aimed at streamlining and initiating execution and delivery of public projects within the timelines. Further, the government will roll out public investment management information system to all MDAs to improve the management of development projects in the country. Strengthening financial management reforms is very critical, and now I'll turn to this migration to accrual accounting, Mr. Speaker. The transition to accrual accounting from cash basis marks a significant milestone in our nation's journey to strengthening public finance management. In recognition of this, the Cabinet in March 2024 approved the transition from cash to accrual basis of accounting to improve cash management and enhance the financial and fiscal reporting. The accrual accounting will enable the government to account for all assets and liabilities, including all government assets. With accrual accounting, we will also be able to account for all pending bills, public debt, and pension liabilities. Mr. Speaker, this is an important step to strengthen the public finance management, and I will therefore direct all MDAs and county governments to migrate to accrual accounting starting July 2024. This effectively means, Mr. Speaker, that the last financial statement to be prepared on cash basis by national and county governments will be for the financial year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to Treasury Single Account. Mr. Speaker, the PFM Act 2012 and its attendant registration provides for the establishment of the Treasury Single Account, TSA as we call it, system at both national and county government levels. Based on the experience over the last 10 years since the enactment of PFM Act 2012, the need to review the scope of TSC implementation has become apparent. To improve public cash management, it is necessary to operationalize other elements of the TSA system and that are envisaged in the law. The automation of government payments through the Integrated Financial Management Information System, IFMIS, and the Central Bank of Kenya Internet Banking, IB, system forms a good basis to widen the scope of Treasury Single Account system. The National Treasury undertook an inventory of bank accounts and balances held by public sector entities in various financial institutions and established that as at 30th June 2023, these entities held Kenya shillings 431.7 billion with various financial institutions. These large cash balances were not immediately accessible at the time when the government was very, very cash strained. Mr. Speaker, to address this challenge and underscore the government's unwavering commitment for fiscal discipline, transparency, and efficiency in the management of public finances, the Cabinet approved the implementation of Treasury Single Account system in a clustered approach. The system will consolidate government cash resources into a single account held at the Central Bank of Kenya and sub-treasury single accounts at the commercial banks. The National Treasury in this respect will establish a treasury function to manage the TSA and the TSA sub-account structure so that every day the government financial position is known and ascertained the migration of the TSA system commences on 1st July 2024. Let me now turn to resource allocation under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, let me turn the highlights to government spending priorities in the coming financial year. And in light of the revenue challenges, significant expenditure demands, spending in the financial year 2024 to 2025 will focus on bottom-up economic transformation agenda priorities on 5 core areas with the highest impact on the economy. The first one will be agricultural transformation and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, the government focus will be on agricultural transformation and inclusive growth through the value chains approach. This aims at providing adequate and affordable working capital to all farmers through cooperative societies. This, we consider them as aggregators, and deploy the modern agricultural risk management instruments that ensure farming is profitable and incomes are predictable. In addition, it aims to transform farmers from food deficit to surplus producers through input finance, subsidies, and intensive agricultural extension support. This will raise productivity of key food value chains, reduce dependence on basic food imports, revamp underperforming export crops, and expand to new high-value emerging crops, and boost tea value chain through breeding and branding. Mr. Speaker, to attain food and nutrition security, I proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 54.6 billion for various programs under this sector. This includes Kenya shillings 10 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, Kenya shillings 6.1 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, Kenya shillings 2.5 billion for the Enable Youth Program, Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for the Enable Youth and Women in Agriculture, Kenya shillings 747 million for small-scale irrigation value chain, irrigation and value addition project, Kenya shillings 642.5 million for the food security and crop diversification project. Mr. Speaker, to improve livestock production, I propose Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for de-risking, inclusive and value enhancement of pastoral economies program, Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for livestock value chain support project, Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for Kenya livestock commercialization program, Kenya shillings 192.5 million for the embryo transfer project. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 300 million for the development leather industrial park, Kenani. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of the brew economy, I propose a total of Kenya shillings 11.3 billion to the brew economy and fisheries subsector. This includes 3.7 billion to aquaculture business development project, Kenya shillings 3.1 billion to the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, Kenya shillings 540 million for rehabilitation of fish rotting sites, Kenya shillings 695.5 million for Riwatoni ultra-modern fish hub, and Kenya shillings 600 million for marine fish assessment. Mr. Speaker, to raise agricultural productivity and enhance resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and even pastoral communities, I propose an allocation of 340 million shillings towards adding drought and emergencies project. Mr. Speaker, to ensure legitimacy of RAD ownership and settle the RAD race, I propose a sum of 5.5 billion. This allocation will cater for the processing and registration of the title deeds, settlement of the RAD race, digitization of the RAD registry, georeferencing of RAD parcels, and construction of RAD registries. Second, I want to turn to transforming micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, accessibility and affordable credit to most Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid remains a challenge. To address this challenge, the government is proposing an additional allocation of 5 billion shillings to the Financial Inclusion or Hustlers Fund to scale up access to credit for households and MSMEs. I also propose an additional 200 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Kenya shillings 162.5 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. Third, let me turn to housing and settlement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's commitment to turn the housing challenge into an economic opportunity to create quality jobs for the youth directly in the construction sector and indirectly through the production of building products. This will be achieved through, among other measures, facilitating a delivery of 200,000 houses per annum and enabling low-cost housing mortgages. To continue supporting this initiative, I have proposed an allocation of 92.1 billion shillings for the housing, urban development, and public works. This includes Kenya shillings 8.3 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, Kenya shillings 3 billion to Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for enhancement of the company's capital as well as for lending to the primary mortgage lenders, Kenya shillings 32.5 billion for construction of affordable housing units, Kenya shillings 15 billion for the construction of social housing unit, Kenya shillings 14.7 billion for social and physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocation to the housing, urban development, and public works include 11.3 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 3, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the construction of markets, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the National Slum Upgrading Program, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and Kenya prisons, Kenya shillings 496.3 million for the construction of food bridges, Kenya shillings 444 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters that are targeted. Fourth, universal health care coverage. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed and determined to realize the the constitutional right to health by promoting access to quality and affordable health care through universal health care coverage program. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of 127 billion to the health sector to support various activities and programs. These include 4.2 billion for Kenya shillings, 4.2 billion for universal health care coverage, coordination and management unit, Kenya shillings 2 billion for free maternity health care, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for managed equipment services, Kenya shillings 861.5 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and severely disabled persons in our society, Kenya shillings 4.6 billion to cater for the stipend and acquisition of specialized medical equipment for the community health promoters, and 4.1 billion shillings for primary health care fund. Mr. Speaker, throughout the cases of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, and enhance the vaccines and immunization program in the country, I have proposed Kenya shillings 28.7 billion for the Global Fund and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization programs, respectively. Mr. Speaker, to enhance the early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment among Kenyans, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 1.1 billion to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital and Kisii Level 5 hospitals. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 2 billion to the Emergencies, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. Mr. Speaker, to improve health service delivery, I have proposed a sum of Kenya shillings 29.7 billion for Kenyatta National Hospital and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospitals. This includes 2.6 billion for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital Burns and Pediatric Center. I've also proposed Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, Kenya shillings 2.5 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Kenya shillings 1 billion for procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, and Kenya shillings 760 million for procurement of equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Further, to strengthen the capacity of medical personnel, I have proposed Kenya shillings 3.7 billion for medical interns, Kenya shillings 406 million for training of health personnel, and Kenya shillings 8.6 billion for Kenya Medical Training Center. Finally, the digital superhighway and creative economy. Mr. Speaker, investment in digital superhighway and creative economy continues to play a critical role in enabling the government achieve the objectives of bottom-up economic transformation agenda through increased productivity and competitiveness. On the creative economy promotion of music, theater, and graphic design, digital animation, fashion, and craft, among others, continues to create jobs opportunities for the youth. Mr. Speaker, to support the growing digital superhighway and creative economy, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 16.3 billion to fund the initiatives in the information, communication, and technology sector. Specifically, this proposed allocation includes 1.1 billion for government shared services, 704 million for digital superhighway, 2.3 billion for the construction of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Concert Technopolis, 2.8 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, and 2.8 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of the last mile county connectivity network. In order to fast-track the development of the Concert Technopolis city, I have proposed an allocation of 1.5 billion for the horizontal infrastructure phase 1 and Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the Concert data center and smart city facilities. Other key allocations to critical sectors supporting better include investment in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to expand and maintain critical infrastructure in roads, railways, sea, and airports to achieve socio-economic transformation that will also enhance Kenya's competitiveness and facilitate cross-border trade and regional integration. Towards this end, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 193.4 billion for development of roads. This includes 86.2 billion to support construction of roads and bridges, Kenya shillings 37.7 billion for the rehabilitation of roads, and Kenya shillings 69.5 billion for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, to expand the railway transport and even associated infrastructure, I have proposed Kenya shillings 25.2 billion. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for infrastructure development at Dogokudu Special Economic Zone, Kenya shillings 1 billion for Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project, Kenya shillings 316 million for promotion of e-mobility project, and Kenya shillings 239.4 billion for the development of Nairobi Railway City. To facilitate movement of goods and people in our inland waters, I have proposed an additional Kenya shillings 200 million for acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, to scale up production of reliable and affordable energy, I have proposed an allocation of 69.7 billion to the energy subsector. This includes Kenya shillings 27.8 billion for the national grid system, Kenya shillings 24 billion for rural electrification, Kenya shillings 14 billion for the development of geothermal energy, Kenya shillings 2.2 billion for the alternative energy technologies, and Kenya shillings 920 million for the development of nuclear energy. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to improving education outcomes. The government continues to invest in education to improve education outcomes and create a level playing field for all Kenyan children. Mr. Speaker, from this end, I have proposed a total allocation of 656.6 billion, or 27.6% of total expenditures to the education sector. This includes Kenya shillings 358.2 billion to the Teacher Service Commission, Kenya shillings 142.3 billion for basic education, Kenya shillings 128 billion for higher education and research, Kenya shillings 30.7 billion for technical vocational education and training. Mr. Speaker, the allocation of the education sector includes Kenya shillings 9.1 billion free primary education, 61.9 billion shillings for free day secondary education, Kenya shillings 30.7 billion for junior secondary school capitation, and Kenya shillings 5 billion for the examinations fee waiver. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 13.4 billion for the conversion of 46,000 junior secondary school interns to permanent and pensionable terms. Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for the training of teachers on competency-based curriculum, and Kenya shillings 360 million for the digital literacy program and ICT integration in our secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, to support infrastructure and infrastructure development and ensure safe learning in our schools, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 3.2 billion for for primary and secondary schools infrastructure. Kenya shillings 1 billion for construction of classroom for junior secondary schools, and Kenya shillings 2.3 billion for the construction and equipping of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. Further, I have proposed Kenya shillings 11.1 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program, Kenya shilling 1.8 billion for construction of integrated resource centers, and Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for the Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the education sector include Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the research, science, and technology innovation. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the new funding model for public universities and TVET institutions through the provision of government scholarships and loans apportioned according to students' need. The new funding framework seeks to offer students whose households are at the bottom of the pyramid equal opportunity in accessing university education as well as technical training. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 35.9 billion to the Higher Education Loans Boards for provision of loans to university and TVET students. Kenya shillings 16.9 billion for the scholarship for university students, and Kenya shillings 7.7 billion capitation and scholarship for TVET students. Let me move now to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, further to promote local industries, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 23.7 billion under various implementing ministries, departments, and agencies. Out of these, 4.5 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery SAFA project, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for construction of investor sheds in Athi River, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for establishment of 6 flagship export processing zones hubs, Kenya shillings 440 million to the development of special economic zones textile park in Naivasha, and Kenya shillings 1 billion for the Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation KJET. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in order to revitalize and maximize benefits from our cash crops, the government will make further investments towards revival and enhancement of output. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed Kenya shillings 2 billion for Coffee Cherry Revolving Fund. This is in addition to Kenya shillings 4 billion allocated in the current fiscal year. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for payments of debts owed to sugarcane farmers, arrears to employees, and maintenance of cane testing units. Kenya shillings 120 million for cotton industry revitalization project, and Kenya shillings 150 million for the pyrethrum industry recovery. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce over-reliance of the importation of edible oils and encourage local production and processing, I have proposed Kenya shillings 90 million for the coconut industry revitalization project, Kenya shillings 260 million for the National Edible Oils Crop Promotion Project, and an allocation to National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, which includes support for cashew nut development. Mr. Speaker, to enhance milk processing, I have proposed Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for excess milk mop-up, Kenya shilling 500 million for modernization of KCC milk factories, and Kenya shillings 250 million for the construction of a milk factory in Narok. Mr. Speaker, to equip our youth with essential training and internship opportunities, I have proposed an allocation of 1.3 billion for the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, Kenya shillings 119.9 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and Kenya shillings 114.3 million for the constituency industrial development centers. I will now turn into improving security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, enhanced national security creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive while aiding faster economic recovery. It is in this regard, I have proposed an allocation of 377.5 billion to support the operations of the National Police Service, Defense, and National Intelligence Service and Prison Services. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocations include Kenya shillings 173.1 billion for defense, 110.6 billion for National Police Service, 46.3 billion for the National Intelligence Service, and Kenya shillings 32.7 billion for prison services. I have proposed an allocation of 13.9 billion to cater for leasing police motor vehicles and the modernization program. Mr. Speaker, to step up the war on crime and embrace support to administration of justice, I have proposed Kenya shillings 918.4 million to equip the National Forensic Laboratory. Protecting the vulnerable groups, Mr. Speaker, as a caring government, we shall continue to protect the vulnerable members of our society. I have in this regard proposed an allocation of 31.3 billion for social protection and affirmative actions in this budget. Mr. Speaker, out of this allocation, Kenya shillings 18.6 billion will cater for cash transfers to elderly persons, 7.9 billion for orphans and vulnerable children, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for persons living with severe disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation includes 1.5 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for the Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project. In addition, 815 million will go to Child Welfare Society of Kenya, 400 million to the Presidential Bursary for the orphans, Kenya shillings 600.1 million for National Council for Persons Living with Disabilities, and Kenya shillings 100 million for the National Albinism Support Program, and Kenya shillings 100 for National Autism Support Program. Let me turn to equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, the most pressing challenge in our country at the moment is lack of jobs or job opportunities for the youth. This has been exacerbated by the multiple shocks that have hit our economy. And in order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by the youth and women, I have proposed Kenya shillings 89.5 billion for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10.4 billion for the National Youth Service, 1.1 billion for the Kenya Youth Empowerment Program, 200 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, 162.5 billion for the Center for Entrepreneurship, 230 million for the establishment of youth empowerment centers, 2.7 million to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, NYOTA. In addition, I have proposed Kenya shillings 649.8 million to strengthen the film industry in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to ensuring increased income for our women through employment creation and supporting women-led enterprises. And to further empower our women, I have proposed Kenya shillings 182.8 million for the Women Enterprise Fund, Kenya shillings 3.5 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity, reduce poverty, and enhance social development, I have proposed Kenya shillings 63 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, as well as Kenya shillings 8 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs identified in marginal areas. Let me turn now to stimulating tourism, growth, sports, culture, and recreation and arts. Mr. Speaker, the government has prioritized expanding the space for creativity, including freedom of expression and protection of intellectual property rights. The government will also strengthen mainstreaming of arts and culture, infrastructure and support cultural production, and as well as creative economy. We are also cognizant of the brand value of Kenyans participating and excelling in international sports arena as incalculable. To support tourism, sports, culture, and even recreation, I have proposed an allocation of 23.7 billion, and this includes an allocation of 16.5 billion for the Sports, Arts, Social Development Fund, Kenya shillings 4.9 billion for the Tourism Fund, and Kenya shillings 2.2 billion for the Tourism Promotion Fund. Let me turn to environment protection, water and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, in order to support environment and water conservation and respond to climate change, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 10.7 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.7 billion for forest research and development, 2.7 billion for environment management and protection, 5.9 billion for the Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Project, 1.6 billion for meteorological services, and Kenya shillings 13.1 billion for wildlife security, conservation, and management. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I've proposed Kenya shilling 1 billion for wildlife research and development, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation, and Kenya shillings 800 million for wildlife insurance. Mr. Speaker, to expand and access clean and adequate water for domestic and agricultural use, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 36.6 billion for the water and sewerage infrastructure development, 12.5 billion for water resources management, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I have proposed 17.8 billion for irrigation and land reclamation, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. I now turn to improving governance and sustaining the fight against corruption. To enhance good governance and Mr. Speaker, and scale up fight against corruption, I have proposed Kenya shillings 4.2 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 4 billion for the Office of Director of Public Prosecution, 6.9 billion for the State Law Office, 8.7 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the oversight and registration of the role of Parliament, I propose an allocation of Kenya shillings 44.6 billion for Parliament. To enable administration and justice, I propose an allocation of 24.7 billion for the judiciary. This includes 900 million for construction and refurbishment of courts and 800 million for the automation of the judiciary. Allocations to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, I turn to this. The county governments will receive a proposed allocation of 400.1 billion as equitable share in the financial year 2024-2025. It's for the first time that they have arrived to this figure of 400 and surpassed it in the last 12 years of devolution. As equitable share of financial year 2024-2025. And this is equivalent to 25.48% of the actual revenue raised nationally for the financial year 2020-2021, which is in compliance with Article 203, subsection 2 of the Constitution of Kenya. In addition to the equitable share of revenue, a further 44.4 billion has been proposed as additional allocation to county governments. This comprises of 8.76 billion for the national government share of revenue, Kenya shillings 35.66 billion from proceeds of external loans and grants for the external loans and grants. Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker, we have proposed an allocation of 8 billion for the Equalization Fund, which is 0.5% of the actual revenue raised nationally in 2020-2021 reference year. Measures to enhance county government's own source revenue, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is implementing a policy to support the enhancement of own source revenue by county governments as we await the enactment of the National Rating Bill. This bill will enable the county governments to correct more property rates, including contribution in lieu of rates. In addition, Mr. Speaker, a multi-agency committee has been formed to manage the rollout of the proposed integrated county revenue management system in 47 county governments. This system will increase transparency, accountability, and efficiency in revenue collection. Let me turn now to taxation measures, Mr. Speaker. The policy measures to support the budget, the tax policy measures supporting the budget for the financial year 2024-2025 budget are very, very critical. In the course of this year, we embarked on tax policy review through a number of tax studies that will support the development of a progressive tax system. Mr. Speaker, the objective of these reforms is to develop an elaborate tax policy that will raise adequate revenue to finance recurrent as well as development budgets. For this to materialize, we intend to first to develop diverse methods to enlarge the tax base. Second, we want to make sure that we minimize tax expenditures that amount to Kenya shilling 396 billion, which is equivalent to 2.9% of GDP as of 2022. Of the Kenya shillings 396 billion, 63.1% of it is on VAT refunds alone on zero-rated final consumer goods. Third, we want to create a tax system that is not only predictable to taxpayers, but also yields predictable revenues to government. Fourth, we want to develop a tax system that supports markets, that supports production, consumption, and even investments. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the year 2024-2025 marks the beginning of these reforms through the proposed amendments in various tax laws contained in the Finance Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, these reforms are part of a wider tax policy reforms contained in the medium-term revenue strategy, and I will shortly be providing highlights of these reforms. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, during the East African Community pre-budget consultations held in May 2024, the ministers responsible for finance and economic planning in the East African Community region agreed on customs measures that will support and protect industries in the region. Mr. Speaker, the tax measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024 and the said custom measures are expected to generate an additional Kenya shillings 346.7 billion or 1.9% of GDP to the exchequer for the financial year 2024-2025. Let me start with custom duties. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide highlights of some of the custom measures agreed during the pre-budget consultation with the East African Community partner states. Mr. Speaker, the ministers agreed on a number of measures for enhancing the competitiveness of locally manufactured products by allowing stays of application for the East African Community Common External Tariff, not to change the rates and where necessary, adopt higher rates of duty to encourage local production in East African Community countries. The ministers also agreed on duty remissions for raw materials and inputs used by local manufacturers to facilitate East African Community domestic production. Mr. Speaker, in order to meet local demands and enhance food security in Kenya on key staple foods, Kenya was granted an extension of the current stay of application of to import rice at a duty rate of 35% or US $200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, for 1 year, instead of East African Community Common External Tariff rate of 75% or $345 per metric ton, whichever is higher. And also, Kenya was allowed to import wheat at a duty rate of 10% instead of 35% for 1 year under the EAC, East African Community Duty Remission Scheme. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has a strong assembly of electronics industry, including mobile phones. In order to further open up the ICT sector to more investors, Kenya requested for duty remission on inputs for manufacture and assembly of smart telecommunication devices, including mobile phones, laptops, and tablets. This request was granted. Mr. Speaker, the local assembly of automotives continues to facilitate job creation with positive ripple effects in other supportive sectors, especially in the manufacturing of spare parts. In this regard, Kenya continued to develop capacity in the assembly of prime movers, road tractors, trailers, to meet both local and regional demand. In order to safeguard this capacity, Kenya was granted a stay of application of East African Common External Tariff rate of 10% to apply a duty rate of 25% for prime movers and 35% for trailers for 1 year. Further, in order to continue supporting the assembly of motorcycles in the region, East African Community ministers in this regard agreed to extend the duty remission on importation of raw materials for the manufacture of parts used in the assembly of motorcycles, including leaf springs and wiring harness. In addition, ministers agreed to extend duty remission for completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles at the rate of 10%. Mr. Speaker, the growth of investment in metal and allied subsector has enhanced the capacity to manufacture various iron and steel products in the region. To safeguard the gains in this subsector, the ministers agreed to retain the duty rate at 35% with the corresponding specific rates for imported iron and steel products for a further 1 year. In order to promote and protect textile and apparel sector, which is one of the 9 bottom-up economic transformation agenda value chains prioritized in this budget, Kenya was allowed to apply a rate of 25% on selected fabric products with corresponding specific duty rates in order to curb undervaluation and under-invoicing of imported products. Further, to ensure competitiveness of textile products that are produced locally in sufficient quantities, Kenya was granted a stay of application and will apply a higher duty of 35%. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce production cost of animal feeds, Kenya was allowed to extend importation of inputs for manufacturers of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme. Mr. Speaker, leather and leather products is one of the value chains under BETA. Kenya has sufficient supply of hides and skins to meet the demand from local manufacturers of leather and leather products. In order to promote this industry and enhance incomes of our pastoral farmers, the ministers agreed to retain a stay of application of duty import on imported leather bags at 35% for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I have just highlighted a few of the customs measures agreed by East African Community Ministers of Finance. The complete list will be gazetted by the East African Community Secretariat and will become effective starting June 1st July 2024. Let me now turn to the finance bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight tax policy measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024. I will begin with the proposed amendments to the Income Tax Act, followed by Value-Added Tax, Excise Duty Act, Tax Procedures Act, and miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, let me start with amendments to the Income Tax Act. Currently, retirement benefits, Mr. Speaker, are subjected to tax. This taxation ceases at the age of 65 years. In order to support the retired employees, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to exempt all retirement benefits paid from the Registered Pension Fund, Registered Provident Fund, Registered Individual Retirement Fund, and National Social Security Fund and the Public Pension Scheme upon attainment of the retirement age. Mr. Speaker, for the individuals who take up early retirement, this exemption will only apply if the individual has contributed to the pension scheme for a period of 20 years from the date of registration as a member. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the annual limit of pension contribution that is exempt from tax is 30% of the individual income, or Kenya shillings 240,000, whichever is lower. Considering that this limit has not been revised since 2005, and to encourage savings for social security after retirement, I propose to increase this limit to 360,000 shillings per annum. Further, Mr. Speaker, I propose to allow deduction contribution to a post-retirement medical fund subject to a limit of Kenya shillings 10,000 per month. This will promote savings for post-retirement health care needs. Mr. Speaker, currently the threshold above which withholding tax applies on payments for management fees, professional fees, training fees, and contractual fees is Kenya shillings 24,000 per month. I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to remove this threshold since it creates a room for tax planning and is a challenge to tax administration. Mr. Speaker, despite the Income Tax Act providing a corporate tax rate of 30%, some taxpayers pay tax at an effective rate of less than 15%. This is due to vigorous tax planning and tax incentives provided under the Act. To prevent this practice, I propose to amend Income Tax Act to introduce a minimum top-up tax payable by a multinational group with a consolidated annual turnover of euro 750 million, whose effective corporate tax rate is below 15%. Mr. Speaker, the spectrum of license fees paid by telecommunication operators are currently not tax deductible, creating unfairness in the tax system. In this regard, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to allow telecommunications network operators to deduct the spectrum licenses fees over a period of 10 years. Mr. Speaker, advanced pricing agreements have emerged as a valuable tool for preventing tax disputes related to transfer pricing of cross-border transactions. In this regard, I propose to empower the Commissioner to enter into advanced pricing agreement with taxpayers engaged in transactions with related entities. Mr. Speaker, to attract international financial investors in Kenya and reinforce Kenya's position as a regional financial hub, I propose to reduce the rate of capital gains tax from 15% to 5% for firms certified by the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. Mr. Speaker, a transfer of property between an individual and an entity where the individual holds 100% shareholding does not constitute a gain. In this respect, I propose to exclude from capital gains tax this kind of transfer. Mr. Speaker, the digital services tax was introduced to prevent tax-based erosion occasioned by migration of traditional businesses from physical shops to online platform that is not feasible by the Commissioner of Tax for tax purposes. It has been noted that the design of the tax does not capture all taxpayers, leading not only to loss of revenue but also to unfairness in taxation. For this reason, and in line with international best practice, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to replace the digital service tax with the significant economic presence tax. Mr. Speaker, to expand the tax base and make our country self-reliant, I propose to introduce an annual motor vehicle tax at the rate of 2.5%, the value of the vehicle, subject to minimum amount of Kenya shillings 5,000. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to gains. There are substantial gains for Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, currently the tax-free amount on subsistence allowance paid to employees in the private sector for a period spent outside the usual place of work while on official duties is capped at Kenya shillings 2,000 per day. This is quite low considering the inflation that has occurred over the years. To cushion employees in the private sector from high cost of living, I propose to review the threshold to an amount not exceeding 5% of the employee's monthly gross earnings. Second, Mr. Speaker, the affordable housing levy and pay as you earn are calculated from the same base, leading to double taxation. To address this, I propose to make the housing levy deductible expense. This means that there is a tax savings for Kenyans and therefore affording Kenyans more money in their pocket. Mr. Speaker, in order to encourage Kenyans to continue constructing their own houses, I propose to increase the limit of interest payments that qualify for mortgage relief from Kenya shillings 300,000 to Kenya shillings 360,000 per annum. Let me turn now, Mr. Speaker, to amendments to the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight the amendments of the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, currently the registration of VAT is a requirement for a person who makes taxable supplies of Kenya shillings 5 million or more. This threshold was last reviewed in 2007. In recognition to the effect of inflation over the years and to enhance efficiency in tax administration, I propose to increase the threshold to Kenya shillings 8 million. Mr. Speaker, the VAT Act allows taxpayers making both taxable and exempt supplies to claim input tax where the proportion of exempt supplies is less than 10%. This has led to tax planning and hence loss of government revenue. To address this, I have proposed the removal of the threshold so that only the input tax relating to taxable supplies are deductible. Mr. Speaker, in support of the government's effort to combat malaria, I propose to remove VAT on mosquito repellents and raw materials used in the manufacture of repellents. This will encourage local production of the repellents. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditure was estimated at 393.6 billion, or about 2.9% of GDP for the year 2022. Of this amount, VAT tax expenditure amounted to 248.3 billion, or what is 63.1% of the total estimate of tax expenditure, which is a large erosion of the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditure creates avenues for revenue leakage and thus denying government the revenue to support key priorities that benefit majority of Kenyans, of the citizens in Kenya. Recognizing the importance of tax expenditure in the promotion of investment and addressing welfare challenges in the economy, and in line with the medium-term revenue strategy, I propose to rationalize the VAT tax expenditure as provided for in the VAT Act in form of exemptions and zero rating based on the following criteria. First, that goods currently exempt be subjected to VAT. Second, zero-rated finished goods and consumer goods and services be exempt from VAT. Third, zero rating be restricted to goods and taxable services meant for export. Based on the above, Mr. Speaker, based on the above criteria, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed several amendments to the first schedule of the VAT Act in order to move some goods and services from exempt to VAT status. In addition, I have also proposed amendments to the second schedule of the VAT Act so that we can move some of the goods and services from zero rating to either exempt status or VATable. This rationalization is expected to expand the VAT tax base and create fairness in taxation. Let me turn now to amendments in the Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, the tax measures I have proposed under excise duty, I propose to change as follows. I propose to change the due date of payment of excise duty on alcoholic beverages from 24 hours to within 5 working days after removal from the stockroom. The 24 hours time frame has posed administrative challenges and cash flow, as well as cash flow challenges to the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, to protect local assemblies and create fairness and equity in taxation, I propose an introduction of excise duty on imported fully built motorcycle at the rate of 10% of the customs value, in addition to specific tax duty rate of Kenya shillings 12,952.83 per unit, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, participation in betting, gaming, prize competition, lotteries continues to affect socio-economic fabric of our society, given their addictive nature. Mr. Speaker, last year we raised the excise duty on these activities from 7.5% to 12.5% to discourage participation. Despite this increase, participation rate in these activities by Kenyan citizens, especially school-going children and young adults, continues to persist. To further discourage this behavior, I propose to increase the excise duty tax rates to 20%. Mr. Speaker, in line with research findings commissioned by the National Treasury on the taxation of alcoholic beverages, I propose to review the excise duty structure on wines and beer from specific rates per litre to the rate of Kenya shillings 22 shillings and 50 cents per centiliter of pure alcohol. In other words, we want to start taxing alcohol beverages on the basis of alcohol content. Further, I propose to change excise duty rate on spirits from specific rates per litre to Kenya shilling 16 per centiliter of pure alcohol. This new structure of taxation based on alcoholic content does not distort the markets. and does not affect the investment decision, and it is expected to encourage responsible consumption behavior of these alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, I also propose to review excise duty structure on cigarettes in line with research conducted and advice that has recommended harmonization of excise duty rates for cigarettes with and without filters at a rate of Kenya shillings 4,100 per mile. This will reduce the incentive for misdeclaration and illicit trade. Mr. Speaker, I propose to increase the excise duty rate from Kenya shillings 1,594.50 cents per kilogram to Kenya shillings 2,000 per kilogram on products containing nicotine or nicotine substitute to address their adverse effects on human health. This excludes those approved medicinal products. Additionally, I propose to increase the excise duty rate on liquid nicotine for electronic cigarettes from Kenya shillings 70 per milliliter to Kenya shillings 100 per milliliter. Mr. Speaker, to provide fair treatment to both residents and non-residents offering excisable services, I propose to amend the Excise Duty Act to charge excisable services offered in Kenya by non-residents through a digital platform. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Act introduced excise duty on fees charged on advertisement of alcoholic beverages, betting, gaming, rotaries, and prize competition on TVs, print media, billboards, and FM stations. This resulted to a shift in choice of advertisement platform from the traditional media to internet and social media. To create a level playing field and to achieve the intended purpose, I propose to expand the scope of this tax to include fees charged on internet and social media advertisements. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the administrative efficiency in the issuance of excise licenses to persons dealing with excisable goods or services, I have proposed an amendment to provide for issuance of licenses within 14 working days upon receipt of all required valid documents by the Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Act 2023 introduced duty on imported eggs, potatoes, onions at the rate of 25%. To promote trade across East African region, I propose the removal of this excise duty on imported eggs, potatoes, and onions originating from East African Community Partner States, subject to goods meeting the East African Community Rules of Origin. Mr. Speaker, currently, excise duty is 15% on the following: telephone, internet data services, fees charged on money transfer services by banks, fees charged on money transfer by agencies and other financial services providers, and the fees charged on cellular phone service providers. I propose to retain the excise duty rate of 15% on fees charged on money transfer services by cellular phone service providers to benefit retail electronic payments ecosystem. Let me now move to amendments to Tax Procedures Act. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight those proposed amendments of the Tax Procedures Act. Currently, there is no validity period for the agency notices issued for enforcement of correction of unpaid taxes. This gap often leads to tax disputes and delayed revenue correction. To address this, I propose to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide 1 year validity period for agency notices. Mr. Speaker, in order to align the timelines for claiming VAT and in the Tax Procedures Act and VAT Act, I propose to delete the reference on timeliness for claiming refunds at the VAT Act, so that the applicable timeline is the 6 months that is provided under the Tax Procedures Act. Mr. Speaker, currently registered manufacturers whose value of investments is in the preceding 3 years is at least 3 million are exempted from withholding tax. In order to promote equity and create fairness to all manufacturers, I propose to amend the Tax Procedures Act to remove this exemption. Mr. Speaker, I propose to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement and correction of taxes will be undertaken where a decision of the tribunal or court is in favor of the commissioner, and stay orders have not been obtained against the decision. Mr. Speaker, the 60 days provided to the commissioner in the Tax Procedures Act to review documents submitted by the taxpayers in support of an objection of tax assessment by the commissioner are not adequate. To ensure comprehensive review, and in order to give the commissioner adequate time, I propose to extend the timelines to object decisions of the commissioner from 60 days to 90 days. Let me now move to amendments to miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, last year, 17.5% export and investment promotion levy was introduced on imported goods that are also locally produced in adequate quantities. In the Finance Bill 2024, the list of goods has been expanded and the rate of the levy has been reduced to 3% for most of the goods and others 10%. Mr. Speaker, in order to facilitate the National Intelligence Service to carry out its mandate, I propose to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to exempt the National Intelligence Service from payments of import declaration fee and railway development levy on security equipment and motor vehicles imported or purchased locally for official use. Mr. Speaker, the high production and importation of hazardous goods, particularly electrical and electronic devices, into the country has led to significant increases in electronic waste. We call it e-waste in Kenya. This surge in waste production poses a considerable risk to both the environment and human health. In this regard, I propose to introduce eco-levy on various products to be payable in line with the polluter pays principle. Mr. Speaker, the levy will be imposed under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. Then me turn to the amendments to the Kenya Revenue Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, to enhance public knowledge and literacy on tax matters, I propose to amend the Kenya Revenue Act to enable Kenya School of Revenue Administration collaborate with other institutions of higher learning, develop curricula, assess, examine students, and award certificates in tax matters. I have submitted this amendment in a separate bill. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government, under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has succeeded in steering the economy through a very difficult period of global and domestic challenges. Remarkably, the economy has recovered from the lagged effects of COVID-19 pandemic and unwinding from persistent and successive domestic and external shocks that created some permanent effects. Mr. Speaker, the policies and structural reforms outlined in this budget have laid a firm foundation to protect the fragile recovery for a sustained socio-economic transformation. Financing development is critical to this economic transformation. That is why raising adequate revenues is a core pillar to this economic transformation and growth. I'm confident that these measures will create jobs. They will strengthen economic recovery, and they will reduce the cost of living in the country, thereby providing the much-needed relief to the common mwananchi. I therefore urge honorable members and all Kenyans to support the implementation of the measures contained in this budget for our mutual prosperity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, achieving prosperous Kenya requires leadership and support of every Kenyan. For this reason, I wish to thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, for their continued wise guidance and leadership and even perseverance to long hours of working to get things right. My special appreciation goes to Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, and the respective Principal Secretaries and accounting officers and staff of all MDAs for their support and contribution to the financial year 2024-2025 budget making process and contributions to these budget proposals. My sincere appreciation also goes to first to you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterpart in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders of the entire House leadership, including respective clerks, for overseeing the approval process of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 and related documents. Second, to honorable chairs, members of both Budget and Appropriation Committee and Finance and National Planning Committee, and all the other departmental committees of this House, as well as of the staff of the Parliamentary Budget Office, for their constructive input, excellent leadership during the approval process, and the discussions that we have had in the process of these budget proposals. Third, let me thank my colleagues, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, led by Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary, and the National Treasury, and James Mohati, the Principal Secretary of State Department of Economic Planning, for their commitment, dedication, and support in the preparation of this budget process, including their own leadership in their own MDAs. Fourth, I want to thank the management and staff of the Central Bank of Kenya, Kenya Revenue Authority, financial sector regulators, and other MDAs for their contributions and advice during this budget process. My gratitude also goes to the multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. And further, I thank the private sector for its sustained contribution to the discussions we have had to support the growth of our economy. Sixth, I wish to appreciate the media and non-state actors for their active engagement and even participation in the 2024-2025 budget process. Mr. Speaker, I remain immensely grateful to my family and their support and inspiration as I execute my duties at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, which is not an easy task, I can tell you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions, proposals, and suggestions received during the finalization of the budget proposals. The outcome of these measures are to our own benefits and a reward to perseverance of the difficulties that we have gone through and to solve the difficulties ahead of us. Thank you, and may God bless you. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2024 together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Today, I further submit the following documents to this august House, and I request that you graciously receive them. First, the budget statements for the financial year 2024-25. Second, the 2024 budget policy statement. Third, estimates of revenue, grants, and loans for the financial year 2024-2025 budget. Fourth, financial statements for the financial year 2024-2025 budget. Fifth, medium-term debt management strategy 2024. Sixth, budget highlights, the Mwananchi guide, the financial year 2024-2025 budget. And finally, statistical annex of the budget statements for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm waiting for the handing over of the documents. Thank you. You may take your seat. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2024-25 and the medium term. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to confirm that in conformity with the provisions of Article 2211 of the Constitution, Section 37, 39, and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary submitted to the National Assembly the documents and legislative proposals required to implement the national government budget for financial year 2024-25 on 30th April 2024. This is within the prescribed timeline. The documents submitted by the Cabinet Secretary included the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the national government and the Finance Bill 2024, which is currently under consideration by the House. Honorable members, it is now my pleasure to invite all honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, all Cabinet Secretaries present and other invited guests to a reception at the Parliamentary Courtyard at the rise of the House. Honorable members, now being 5:17 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 18th June 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary Professor Njuguna Ndung'u has delivered his much-awaited speech, and the CS has
Mwirori mwede wa Kameme TV ucio uma Minister wa Kigina Professor Njuguna Ndung'u agithoma bajeti ya mwaka wa kigina wa 2024 2025 na iri na mendekithia kiondorita maria mekitanyitwo gukorwo makihuthika ni thirikari ino niguo gukinyaniria tabarira iria ikiriire na kuhota kurogota mbeca makiria itanyitwo kurogotwo guku bururi-ini ciringi trilioni 2.9 na uu ni gukorwo ati bururi kwa ihinda riri nduri urahota gukinyaniria trilioni 2.5 iria watanyite gukorwo ni ugukorwo rogotete thiini wa mwaka wa kigina wa 2023-2024 ni budgeti minister akorwo agithoma na migwetauga itanyitwo gukorwo ikiagirithia na kugacirithio thii wa na mbere wa bururi kuhotithio hoti wa bururi gukorwo kithondeka indo nyingi na kana mbeca nyingi cia gukuria na akorwo akiuga oneri na magoti maria matanyitwo gukorwo mari makubangikira kana predictable maria megukorwo magikihotithia thirikari ondu umwe na huri biacara guku bururi-ini gukorwo makihura biacara uria kwagiriire nayo thirikari igakorwo ikigunika na mbeca iria iri kirogotaga kuma magoti maya ni mubango ukoretwo ugiukirirwo ni onjoria Kenya ikiro itiganite ona ataramu ahonge itiganite makiuga mamwe ma mendekithia maria makorwo magithomwo mathie na mbere na kurutithio wira utonga wa bururi ona no ukubufane na magakiuga ni maundu magire gukorwo magikirorwo no na gukiri uguo kamiti ya bunge ya kigina niyo Finance Committee ire tongoragio ni mubunge wa Moro Kuria Kimani ni ragikorirwe gikitiriha ciumia igiri cia kurogota mawoni ma muingi niguo korwo gigitukanira mawoni maya thiini wa mutaratara wa Finance Bill na tugugieterera ni hindi kamiti iyo ikarire maundu maria Kenya maraheanire makorwo magikimurikwo wega na tugugieterera iria megukinyio thiini wa gikaro kia bunge niguo makorwo magitemanio na tukimenye kana hihi uge wa kurari na itemi uranyitire kana maundu maya mathomo meguikara oroguo mari uririkane mwaka wa 2023-2024 ni kwario na mendekithia maheanitwo ni ya Kenya maria matathingatirwo na mamwe ma maria macungiriire kambuni imwe gukorwo ihingite biacara guku bururi-ini Kenya gukorwo magikaya muno no mau mothe ni tugukorwo tukimurika ngakunyita ugeni na gitio kinene njitagwo Njoroge wa Kimani tugukorwo tukinyitanira nawe thiini wa ndagika ta 40 uguo ciukite tukimurika ni mariku makorwo makiariririo ni mariku uriko hihi wakua na njira ndito thiini wa statement kana ndumiriri ya Minister Professor Njuguna Ndung'u no gwika wega ukorwo kiguthuka thiini wa nenda kuria mwena wa Facebook Kameme TV Kenya, Twitter @Kameme TV Kenya, ukorwo kiruta woni waku na nĩ tũgũkorwo tũgĩkĩũnyitĩrĩra ka tũkĩũthoma na tuone we wona atĩa. Thĩinĩ wa studio ndirĩ wiki, aca tũnyitanĩire na ataramu kũrigania nani. Tũrĩ na Steven Kioni Mwangi, ũyũ nĩ mwĩki kana mũtari wa mathabu CPA na no auditor, na nĩwe mũikarĩri gĩtĩ wa kamĩtĩ ya audit committee thĩinĩ wa bunge ya kaunti ya Nyĩrĩ. Karibu sana gũkũ gwa Kameme TV. Na twĩna mũndũ ũngĩ ũgwĩtwo James Njogu, nake no mũtari wa mathabu CPA na ningĩ niwe ũrũgamĩrĩire kana niwe mũnene wa tax department nĩ rũhonge rwa ũrĩhi wa magoti kũrĩa kwa kambuni ya insurance ya Brita mũndũ ũmwe na investment. Karibuni gũkũ gwa Kameme TV. Twambĩrĩrie nawe hihi mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Kioni, harĩ kũringana nawe maũndũ marĩa wakorwo ũkĩigua minister akiuga makũrũria bũrũri ha kuma haha tũrĩ.
Thank you mũno Njoroge. Na nĩ kuga niĩ ndakenio nĩ budget ĩyo hanini. No kũringana na ũrĩa arehe namba icio na ũrĩa twarĩte public participation, no tuge Mũkenya nĩ akũhinyĩrĩrio na handũ haraihu. Budget ĩno kuma ya last year 2023-2024 yarĩ igũrũ, na rĩu nĩ tũrona ningĩ nĩ yambatĩra rĩngĩ hanini. Na nĩ ũndũ woguo nĩ kũmaanisha maũndũ marĩa magũkorwo makĩhanĩka mwaka ũyũ wa 2024-2025 nĩ magũkorwo makĩnyihĩrĩria Mũkenya wa kawaida. Na nĩ ũndũ womwe indo nĩ cikũgĩa na goro hanini. Na nĩguo tũhote kũrĩithi mbia cia gũkorwo na 4.06 trillion, nĩ kũmaanisha andũ nĩ magũcoka mĩhuko, biacara nĩ igũkorwo cikĩhinyĩrĩrio hanini, tondũ nao andũ o ũrĩa marĩ biacara-inĩ metio magoti manene, kĩrĩa gĩkorwo gĩgĩkĩka rĩu amwe nĩ magũkorwo magĩka kĩndũ twĩtaga tax evasion, kwaga kũrĩha igoti nĩ ũrĩa mahinyĩrĩirio mũno na maica makambatĩra. Koguo ũguo auga budget nĩ ya trilioni 4 na expenditure icio tũkũrĩithi na magoti percentage ĩrĩa nene niho arauga 2.9 trillion. Ũngĩrora rĩu ta rĩu mwaka ũyũ ũrathiĩ gũthira, last year nĩ maugĩte igoti rĩgũkũrogotwo rĩrĩa 2.5 million. Na rĩu tũtigĩtie thikũ ta 15 na so far tuhotete kũrogota milioni 2.1 trillion. Nĩ kũmaanisha angĩkorwo tũtinahota kũrĩithi 2.5 twarĩithire 2.2 nĩ tũkũhota kũrĩithi 2.9. Na rĩu hau nĩho tũkũbindwo Mũkenya wa kawaida ũrĩa ũreka biacara kũrĩa macinani ahinyĩrĩke hanini. Na ahinyĩrĩka nĩ kũmaanisha ũrĩa ũragũra indo icio onake nĩ akũhinyĩrĩka.
Karibu sana Mr. Njogu. Hihi we kũringana nawe wona budget ĩyo ĩhana atĩa?
Nĩ kũringana na mawoni makwa ndona budget ndĩmĩrore maita merĩ. Hena maũndũ marĩa mega yoka namo na hena maũndũ marĩa mangĩhinyĩrĩria wanabiacara. Maũndũ marĩa ndona mega moka namo nĩ kũheana deduction harĩ magoti hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ũrarĩhwo ta mũcara waku. Hena marutwo atĩ ũngĩrutaga before mathiĩ gũtaxwo na nĩ magũkũhe mũcara mũingĩ kũringana na ũrĩa ũronaga rĩu, na maingĩrio from July 1st nĩ ũkuona mbeca nyingĩ. That is affordable housing levy, pension nĩ yongererwo kuma ngiri 20 to ngiri 30. Rĩu gakuĩga atĩ o ndũngĩrĩhio igoti. Na maũndũ ma the new social health insurance fund ona nĩ ĩtuĩkaga as a deduction. No ndũ maũndũ tũu-rĩ, tũu nĩ maũndũ marĩa mega meko. However, hena maũndũ marĩho merĩ ka matatũ moka that makũgirĩrĩria biacara ĩthereme. Na one ĩrĩa nene mũno ndona nĩ motor vehicle tax, kana igoti rĩrĩa rĩrachanjwo nĩ kwĩ motor vehicle ĩrĩro nĩ gachunjĩ ga 2.5% ya value ya ngari yaku. Koguo ĩna ngari ya milioni ta 10-rĩ, multiply by 2.5%, ĩyo cost ni cost utarabangite na unioka
na no nginya urihe ndetekeria gutinia hanini twambe tuguthuke giikaro-ini kia bunge tuthikiririe ni maundu mariku marathie na mbere tugucokereria ndiramenyithio giikaro kiria giguthia na mbere kiandikia mohoro ni giathira na mugicunga mwera tuthie na mbere tukoragio horo wa gicunje kia 2.5% kia motor vehicle
kia motor vehicle riu uria gwika ni ati cost no kana mahuthiro maya moka utakubangite ukugeria uria ukubanga budget yaku ni getha hote ku accommodate iyo yahota kurehe andu aingi either maume kuma insurance ile ita comprehensive cover to third party na ale mari third party ri mabie kuona uria marika maundu mao magekuoya insurance koguo maundu maria itanyitwo wike kuoya revenue no ikorwo na another adverse effect ege ya kumenyerero ko ni undu tungiuga muno uroro tondu no affect ginya industry ito ya insurance tondu in the statistic kana mathabu maria mekitwo premium ile yokaga na gari it's almost a third of the whole premium we normally receive koguo ituka affected the whole industry ni ko affect ni uhoro ucio ko ni undu digenda ororo muno na maundu ma excise duty especially on manufacture na alcoholic yathi gutuika ati ni gutuika kunene muno ni gutuma andu mambie guthi kunywa njohi iria cito cia ibango atiguo renda
haya tutanacokereria Professor Njuguna Ndung'u hena giikaro kirathie na mbere na ndikia mohoro twambe tuthikiririe ndagika nini tucoke tuthie na mbere na ndereti itu
quite dilapidated, but anyway, economic recovery is evident. It is evident on two fronts. First, you can see the economic growth in 2023, and second,
mwende ucio ni Professor Njuguna Ndung'u hena giikaro na ndikia mohoro.
We have seen massive weather shocks. How do we protect it? That's why you notice that I spent more time in terms of measures to protect that fragile growth. One of them is through investments. We have to increase production and productivity. That is very, very important for us. It is very, very important to also to know that that recovery is anchored on revenue generation. And that revenue generation is through taxes and levies and fees, because we don't have capacity for any left capacity for extra or additional debt. We are already suffering from heavy debt burden. So in a sense, we want to make sure that we institute those reforms, those programs, those projects, and even intervention measures that will protect that growth. And that's where we are. And you see that the theme itself is very, very important. We want to make sure that we accelerate bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We want to invest in mitigation and adaptation because of climate change, and want to create strong resilience. That is very, very important to us, and that is why that theme is very, very important. So I think that is a nice summary, given that you may not even hear what I'm saying. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. That is my summary, because I think most of the issues that we talked about, but I wanted to summarize what is the, where is our important point of contribution, where first of all is to understand where we are. Secondly is to understand where we are coming from. And third, we have to define where we are going and take steps towards where we are going. And that is where we believe it's very, very important. We have challenges in terms of employment, especially our youth. We have problems in terms of fighting poverty and inequality, because these devastating consequences of climate shocks actually impact more on poverty, reversing poverty efforts, and even creating more inequality. And that is something that we do. So maybe I can take questions. Godfrey? there is no discrepancy. We are starting from saying how much deficit can we manage given the times we have. You have to realize that whenever you have a fiscal gap, fiscal deficit, you are accumulating debt in future. We have no space to accumulate debt. So in a sense, we have all rationalized and come back to that figure. That figure is the one we have nationalized, and that is an objective we have to create for us all. Yes.
One, this morning, Treasury has given the physical deficit at 597 billion. That is different from the figure that we had. What has informed this change of the physical deficit figure that we are getting today in the way that you are making the public announcement? And secondly,
let me first of all answer that. That is the policy we are pursuing. Out of considerations, discussions, and even looking at where resources are, we are going to move to a 3.3% fiscal gap, fiscal deficit, and that is the figure we are going to live in. Compare that with last fiscal year. We were at 5.7%, about 925 billion. We cannot continue doing that. It's related to her question that the moment we have a higher deficit, we are accumulating debt. Debt today, it means that it has to be repaid tomorrow. So we are increasing future cost. That's the whole idea. Then the most important thing, and maybe coming from the private sector, you have to understand, the moment you see a larger fiscal deficit, it tells you that government is going to finance that budget through borrowing, or it is, and that can contribute to instability in future, because if you don't borrow adequately. The second thing is that you are going to see a lot of instability because you are accumulating debt in the future. So we have to say, how much resources do we have? How can we remit that gap? And that is where, after due consideration and going through and checking through all our resources, we have said that that is what we have to live with. That is what is likely to support growth. I started by saying we need to support that fragile growth. You don't support that fragile growth by running a large deficit, isn't it? You start taking stock in terms of where the pain points are.
The issue of pending bills, the figure that you gave is what one would say does not even qualify to be termed as a drop in the ocean. But the question I want to ask, some time back there was an audit on the pending bills, which seems that it's clear that we are still deep in the hole. The question of the pending bills, what happened to the audit?
I don't know about the audit. What I know is that we have a committee that is verifying that is legally going to do its work. The second thing is that we are starting from 2005 to 2022. What is it? We want to make sure that we stem that pending bills menace, isn't it? We don't want to know. We don't want to talk about how much will be the pending bills. What we have reported is how many cases came up and how much before the verification process is going on. But the bottom line is this: that audit is not equivalent to the committee that we have. We are creating a finality. There could have been an audit. It may have given some pointers in terms of where we are. But right now, we want to make sure that we cross that chapter. We cross that chapter because pending bills is a menace. On one side, those who are still holding debt on the government and have not been paid for years, says we are starting from 2005, you can imagine what it means to their suffering, what happens to their investment, and what happens to their businesses. That's why we want to say, this is the end of that. We want to do this with a finality. We should appreciate that and look at history and try to live down that bad history. We want to live it down by coming to a finality. Okay? I showed that the wage bill consumes 38.2%, isn't it? It is very clear. You said it very clearly. You know, I am a teacher. Please, I have to mark you. exams if you're not careful. But the most important thing is that we have to move to the recommended rate of 35%, isn't it? The second thing is that we also need to look at the mix, the skills mix. And there is a ratio in public sector. That's why we want to go back to SRC and say, please, let's get back. First of all, we freeze everything. And second, let's go back to the mix. And third, let's also try to see what other measures can help us in terms of improving this. Efficiency in public sector is not the numbers. It should be the quality, isn't it? And that is the premise, and that is the pillars that at which I try to show how public finance, the management or even the processes we are referring to SRC to help us in terms of this. It is painful, as you can see, if it's 38.2% in terms of total budget, total outlay expenditures, is very high. But we are also moving an extra step to say we have to have the quality mix. Okay. Yes.
Maybe since you have asked, I'll give
no.
last a lady.
Please. Yeah. Okay. We first want to will. No, sir. Okay, please. Okay. Is it pending bills or public debt? Okay. Okay, I explained the process, and because this is too much economics, I explained the process of pending bills verification. I explained the process. I even showed how many people had come through. What we have allocated is actually specific to a particular case, but we want to wait until we've given ourselves to October and solve this problem once and for all. And that's the question I was answering here. We are familiar with how much suffering. We are starting from 2005. That's a long period, isn't it? We're starting from 2005. But what we are really saying is that it will never happen again. We want to close it in finality. I hope one day you translate it in Swahili for me, but I wanted to make sure that I make that point very clearly, because why we are moving from June 2005 to October to October 2022 is because we want to close that chapter. We want to close that chapter and make sure that when you do business with the government, your business should not sink, isn't it? Your business should not sink because you had business with the government, because you ended up lending to the government, not actually lending, doing business, but you were not paid for the business that you covered, and it means that you suffered. We want to make sure that it's that I called it a data history that we have to leave down. How do we leave it down? We finish this verification, we sort it out, we have avenues of sorting it out, and close that chapter once and for all. But the other thing is that the other thing I wanted to add to him, we actually talked about implementing the accrual accounting. It means we are cutting. We are putting a trap, a line saying from July, from 1st July 2024, we will not have any pending bills because we are now moving into accrual accounting. I elaborated that. You can join that and you can see how it's a good result. To be a happy ending, but it's a data history that we need to solve, isn't it? Pending bills, they have been quite problematic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, because the speaker is waiting for me. You have asked 2 questions. You cannot be monopoly. You know, in monopoly cases, you raise your price.
Thank you.
Ucio nĩ Minister wa Kĩgĩna Professor Njũgũna Ndung'u akĩgeria gũtheria mamwe maũndũ marĩa mauma thĩinĩ wa budget ĩyo gĩikaro kĩrĩa akorwo agĩtiriha na andĩki a mohoro thĩinĩ wa studio cia Kameme TV tũrĩ na ageni akwa tũtitiganĩte na nĩho ndĩra tũcokere nĩguo tũkorwo tũkĩgeria kũmũrĩka mamwe ma maũndũ marĩa makorwo magĩkĩarĩrĩrio na akĩambĩrĩria gũthoma ndũmĩrĩri yake minister nĩ akorirwo akiuga budget ĩno ĩrongoreirie mũkenya makĩria wa gĩkĩro gĩa thĩ gũkorwo ĩkĩmũkĩria ũndũ ũngĩ akorirwo akiuga nĩ ũhoro wa fiscal consolidation gũkorwo atĩ maũndũ mothe makĩmbeca nĩ mageria kũnyorothwo nĩguo gũthinga mahoro kũrĩa indo cia mũingĩ ciũragĩra hihi tũgĩcokereria harĩ we mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Kĩoni nĩ ũkuona ta harĩ ũndũ wa kinyanĩra ta ũcio
thirikari ĩno twĩnayo nĩ yatũreheire bottom up agenda ĩrĩa tũramĩta better na yambĩte karora mũkenya ũrĩa wa harĩa thĩ mũno ĩkoga mama boga mama fua mũndũ wa boda boda nĩ ũkorwo ũrĩ wa mbere harĩ thirikari-inĩ ĩno no niĩ ngĩrora na ngĩikia maitho kabere rĩ niĩ ndirona mũndũ ta wa boda boda tararorwo wega nĩkĩ nĩ tũrekĩrĩrwo eco levy eco levy yoka mũndũ wa boda boda for example nĩ atũmagĩra taĩri ici nĩ cirongererwo VAT ya 16% nĩ kũmaanisha repair cia motorbike ĩyo yake rĩ nĩ gũthiĩ cigũthiĩ igũrũ arĩa matarĩ na ũhoti wa kũgũra motorbike ici rĩ ningĩ thogora nĩ gũthiĩ na igũrũ tondũ makuongererwo kĩndũ twĩtaga excise duty na nĩ makuongererwo VAT koguo harĩ mwena wa boda boda matirĩhota kũrehe kibikibi ũrĩa mararehaga ũndũ ũrĩa ũngĩ ũngĩrora rĩ ndarora mũrĩmi wa gĩtũngũrũ rĩ na heane example harĩa handũ hetagwo Kĩawara Nyĩrĩ andũ acio nĩ marĩmaga gĩtũngũrũ mũno wathiĩ Nyandarũa county nĩ marĩmaga waru mũno tuke haha haitũ Kiambu harĩa tukona thoko nene mũno ya matumbĩ East and Central Africa rĩu nĩ twehutĩrio kana igoti rĩrĩa rĩrekĩrĩtwo rĩa excise duty rĩa 25% nĩ warĩehutia rĩu mũrĩmi ũcio wa gĩtũngũrũ
na rĩeherio rĩa itũngũrũ irĩ rauma mabũrũri-inĩ marĩa menja igĩũka Kenya
nĩ tũĩ mũno bũrũri ũyũ ũrĩ haha hakuhĩ na itũ Tanzania nĩ marehaga gĩtũngũrũ kĩingĩ mũno na bei ĩrĩ thĩ mũno koguo warora ithuĩ tũkĩrĩma gĩtũngũrũ Kenya rĩ bei nĩ ĩkoragwo ĩrĩ igũrũ mũno onokorwo nĩ tũrakĩrĩrwo bataraitha rĩ bataraitha ĩno nĩ twaiguĩte nĩ ĩrarĩ na maũndũ mangĩ mayo koguo ona bataraitha ĩrĩa ĩrakinyĩra mũrĩmi rĩ
ndĩrĩ na ũteithio mũnene
tũronete ndĩrĩ na ũteithio mũnene koguo nginya production ĩno tũrakĩigua Professor Ndung'u akiuga rĩ atĩ nĩ twagĩrĩirwo kũ increase rĩ tũtirĩhota kũ increase koguo bũrũri ta wa Tanzania ũkũrehe gĩtũngũrũ kĩingĩ gĩthũkie thogora wa ithuĩ arĩmi a gũkũ Kenya warora matumbĩ na twaigua na ithuĩ twĩna thoko ĩrĩa nene mũno Kiambu ya matumbĩ to Kenya nginya East Africa no rĩu mwatĩkĩra matumbĩ mayo moke mararaithi rĩ nĩ kũmaanisha thoko ta ĩyo nĩ tũramĩka atĩa koguo ũkĩrora nao andũ a Nyandarũa njuge he hĩndĩ mũkawa ũmwe waugĩte ona waru citũ ti njega na rĩu no ehutie igoti rĩrĩ nĩ kũmaanisha rĩu nĩ kũmenwo cigwĩka atĩa koguo warora mũrĩmi ũrĩa ũrĩ harĩa thĩ rĩ maica make ti kwagĩra makwagĩra na ningĩ ririkana hena maũndũ mangĩ maroka ma VAT nginya ma mũrĩmi ũrĩa ũrĩ kĩ harĩa thĩ koguo arendia twaru twake nĩ ahũrirwo nĩ waru cia gũkũ nanja alafu ũgacoka ũkerwo no nginya ũrutwe receipt ya ETR waririkana tũthogora tũrĩa ũhũthĩrĩte kũgũra kĩ kana gũthondeka waru icio kũrĩma no bataraitha na kũrĩ handũ koguo hagakorwo na challenge ingĩ nene gũkĩra ũrĩa tũreciria no nĩ tũgũkĩrora tũkĩone after public participation ĩrĩa ĩragĩkĩkire tũkĩone kana nĩ makũrora maũndũ mau no nĩ ndona mwena ũmwe nĩ marora arĩmi wheat
arĩmi a igwa arĩmi a ngano
na mũcere ndaigua nĩ mathongithia mwaka ũmwe atĩ igoti rĩu rĩrekagĩrwo rĩa excise duty rĩthiĩ na mbere rĩtinongerwo ũguo arĩmi a mũcere ya gũkũ Kenya mwena ũcio nĩ mateithĩka na arimi
ona pairethera muno no mateithikira hau tugiuka kurwe Njogu na ni undu ukoretwo ukicokera mahinda kwa mahinda no muthi Professor Ndung'u ni auga ati bururi wa Kenya kigina kinene kiri informal sector iria tahotekaga gukorwo ikirengo igoti na koguo thirikari iracungirirwo gukorwo ikihinyiriria gikundi kiria tuga ni kia andu milioni gatagati ka 3.8 to 5 million nio makoragwo magikuithio murigo wa magoti o muthenya ni njira ciagite kana ni uge gutari woria informal sector ngigeria kugucire niguo ona manyite itemi gukuria bururi handu ha kuhatagiriria nginya ugakora iganda ni ciambirie kuma Kenya.
Ni wega uria ndingenda kuga ni ati igoti kana taxes ni koragwo na kindu witagwo willingness kana mundu kwenda kuriha. Andu aya a pyramid ya thiri makoragwo uria makoragwo mebangite biacara-ini rimwe ni makoragwo mahinyiriirio muno nundu wa magoti maria mokaga. Like a good example, kaingi andu magoti taria mongeirwo kuma last year kuringana na uria government ya Kenya Kwanza yokire ni ongeire magoti ma andu aria mari what you call middle class kana andu aya gatagati na makimongera goti kia michara ikiongerwo kuma 30 to 35% hari andu makona michara minene na ingi gatagati 32.5 riu uria yekire ri yanyihirie income uri ungitumira gutumira on consumption. Remember andu aya mari gatagati no mandika andu aya mari thi hindi ya mahinyirio na magoti maya uria magwika ni kunyihia andu aria mari andikaga. Koguo the effect ya kuongera magoti macio ithie igathukia ki andu aria thi a pyramid ya thi. Riu andu athi ri kiria guthiaga ni ati magikorwo magoti maria maraneo ni very punitive kana ni makuhinyiriria matikorwo na ngoro ya kuriha magoti macio makugeria uria wothe magwika ma avoid ki kuriha magoti. Koguo uria ndingiuria thirikari yike ni marore as a andu special category mamathondekere magoti maria magikorwo mari mathi no matageti broader ma expand the what you call tax base. Koguo maguithia magoti maria mahutagia andu aria ma bottom up kana aria mari thi ya pyramid manyihie rate ciao manyihia rate ciao ri andu ni makwirutira mambie kuruta magoti na kuringana na economist na Professor Ndung'u akwa ari economist ni ukona nyamu itagwo lafaka uria ati uria urongera magoti noguo andu mararuta na noguo igoti rathi githia gathi no manyihio na thi andu ingi ni makwambia kwirutira mona mabarabara mona thibitari mona dawa mona ni ma visitor ni extension officer turutene muno ri ni kwa nando ametaho extension officer mokaga matiari marego ni thirikari moka maguthomithia no ndu monaga u andu tacio mangioka mathomithie ri production ni kuneneha na yaneneha ri andu ni makwirutira kwambia kuruta magoti macio na maruta magoti macio ri mbeca iria mararora kuona makuona nyingi muno ona matongereire ki the rate of tax. Koguo ndingiuga ati kono marore andu acio athi in a special care kana marona na kindu marona wega maguithie magoti na mamanenehia make sure ati ni maokorwo na willingness ya kuriha magoti macio maingi. Hau meka uguo ni makuongerera kigida kinene muno kia magoti matari kuongerera rate. No mathi na mbere na kuongerera rate mathi kuhinyiriria mundu munini uria gugikania andu makwambia gwetha njira ciothe kwa kuriha igoti riu ria muico ri kiria kwenda thirikari kwenda kuona kigina kiu igathie thi tondu andu matirenda ki willingness to pay kana morale ya kuriha tax. Koguo ho ni andu thirikari agirire rore muno especially no tone ya githurirwo na principle ya kura mundu uyu wathi. Koguo hau ni utungiwa marore biu uria mangihota kumanyita na mamahe moral mathi na mbere na kuriha tax netha ma contribute to the growth kana unenehi wa economy.
Tugicoka hari wekioni utonga wa bururi witu turageria kuutwara thiini wa guthundura iganda niguo cithondeke mieke ya mawira kuri mbeu njithi marihage magotio nao na tucoke tugie na indo cia kwendia nja tukona mbeca nyingi. Hihi thiini wa budget ino kuri undu wona urateithiriria kwarahura kana kugacirithia iganda?
No njuge wa mbere Minister wa kigina ni atariria wega muno na twira for the previous 2-3 years manufacturing sector dikoretwo gikurana kiwango kiria kiagiriire na ni marona nginya indo iria tura export na nja bado no nini koguo ni marageria gukorwo na measures mangirehe mwena-ini wa manufacturing no riu ona makenda guthondeka ri ni maraingiriria imagoti tunini twihithite tondu riu waigua ati okorwo ni urarutaga indo na nja ni urarehaga excise duty tene wariha excise duty ni turamirutithanagia mathabu-ini maitu niguo ukireha igoti-ini ringi ri ukariha rini no riu ni marauga atiri raw materials icio urahuthira kurehe indo thondeke cia manufacturing ri ni tuticokaga kuruta igoti riu koguo no thogora ureka atia
urongerera
riu umenye riu thogora uyu wongerereka mundu wa manufacturing kiria gwika ni kuongerera thogora kindu kiria arathondeka na remember thirikari-ini ino ni irauga ni twenda kumina unemployment no riu waigua matamuci mangi magiuka ati we tigana kiganda giaku guthondekera guku Kenya thi Uganda thie Tanzania tucoke urehe indo icio duty free Kenya iyo ti miario iria yagirire tondu manufacturing sector ni turauga reke tukorwo in the middle income countries tutingihota gukorwo turi middle income country tutakuingihia iganda citu guku Kenya mwena uria ungi wara iganda riu aria tungiuga sector iria ingikorwo kifavorita riri no yo twakiuga ya guthondeka mosquito repellent tondu riu kuragituika ni maukirutirwo
na pairethira mutire na tutikire na kuigana koguo icio ciothe riu nicio riu kunu kuo mwena uria gwika atia mararora ni urakiguire munene wa bururi akiuga tutitwaraga ngothi ici cigithondeka iratu na kuunja riu icio nicio cirarorwo muno no iria existing marona ta citwikite stable na ni wamenya manufacturing nyingi ungirora rimwe twitaga atia profit margin warora uria maragura raw material process iria irahuthika guthondeka the finished product thogora ucio ko utiganite hanini muno rimwe ona maragio horo wa turagia faida ya mang'otore kana tutururu haya ndiramenyithio mahinda maitu ni guthira marathira ati kirugama thinacara twagire gukura hihi njogu tukirikia ni maundu mariku hihi ungiheo mweke ungiuga magire gukorwo mekiritwo thiini wa budget iyo matanekirwo niguo kwagirithio tonga wa bururi
undu mwe ndetagira mekire maundu macio makonjoria bururi ni maugite in their midterm paper ni makuguithia igoti ria corporate tax kuma 30 to 25%. Ni twagiete the yuke 25%. That will give us more corporate makona what we call a higher return to the shareholders and the stakeholders. Na riu stakeholders batumira mbeca hari miene ingi na government ni kuona magoti na what we call indirect taxes. Undu ungi twenda marore muno ni murimi ukirikana hindi iria thirikari ya mbio ya Kibaki nia in the input side nia nyihiria magoti maingi muno makimekira zero rated noguo niguo tungihona government indo ngirora maundu macio ma input especially he murimi na ndo ya bottom approach bottom up especially andu aria maruta biashara nini manginyihirio magoti ta turnover tax manyihirio na manyihirio VAT mekiro zero rated na amwe mekiro exempt committee na valuation ita na VAT uguo rio gwika ni ati ugutuma andu aingi magie na mbeca na mbeca ici matumira ri economy rikuraga na gutumira mbia ungia gutumira mbia iria cikuoneka hari moko-ini ma andu economy ritikuraga koguo uguo niguo ndigie na marore muno na marore uria mangikira incentive nyingi cia andu aria ari primary sector na manufacturing to uria tweru manufacturing ni iteithagia muno to ni andikaga andu aingi muno in the sector na ungithie ginya industry rio ni andu aria makoo makiuma a certain industry ri niona ni andu aingi muno mangimenyererwo acio maheo more disposable income magerie gutumira thirikari ni gucoka yone mbeca icio na indirectly na excise duty na VAT na mone kigina kiria mararora na mundu othe akorwo
akenete. Thengio muno, ndiramenyirio mathaa maitu ni mathira ugo horo.
Nie ndigiuga ati turarora bururi uyu ni witu na tuguthio na mbere na kwira thirikari yo turona wega na turahope ati magututhikiriria na changes ya cioka hari Kenya amauga Kenyans ri machithikiririe na machiuge na tugakenda muno moka na revised finance bill irorete maundu macio mothe Kenya maraugire.
Thank you. Mr. Kioni.
Thank you muno Njoroge. Nika mwenye gaka. No njuge ithuĩ Kenya nĩtwendaga maũndũ manene na tondũ twendaga maũndũ manene rĩ noguo tũkũhinyĩrĩrĩka hanini na tũhote gũkĩrĩha igoti rĩrĩ nĩguo thirikari ihote gwĩka maũndũ marĩa yagĩrĩire gũkorwo ĩgĩka. Nĩndĩramenya nĩmakũhinyĩrĩrĩka no rĩu hatikĩrĩ na option ĩngĩ no nginya tũthiĩ tũtware country itũ na mbere na nĩguo ihote gũkũra economically.
Thengio muno na karibuni sana na ke mwiroreri witu hari ari aroria niki gitumaga turemo ni kubangira tunini turarogota 2.1 2.5 ati no nginya tuthome kinamba kinene tubangire maundu tutari na indo cia gwika na hau niho tugutirihira mwiroreri mwende tuma na mundu ugitwo Steven Kioni Mwangi ni uriganitie nake haha uyu ni CPA na ningi niwe chairman wa committee ya audit kuria county-ini ya Nyeri na ningi niwe muonjoria kuria Kioni and associate aneki a mathabu tumana mundu ugitwo James Mwangi CPA onake arugamireire ruhonge rwa kuriha magoti kuria kambuni-ini ya Britam na hau niho tugutirihira ndereti itu hwaini wa umuthi ngatho cia mwanya kire riu tugweterera ni mubunge wa Moro kuria Kimani na kamiti yake ya bunge igie kigina marehe report ya muthia ya finance bill iria mawoni ma Kenya tukuona kana mariho njitagwo Njoroge wa Kimani ugie na hwaini mwega ngai akurathime.